6 tonight is going to be coming down. If you want to go ahead and start making your way down. And then we will start with a moment of silence, and then you may lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in English, and for those of them and anybody who knows it, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish. Give us just a minute for that moment of silence.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was some really good surround sound tonight. Scouts, we really appreciate you being here and taking time out of your night to be a participant in the City Council meeting. Thank you for leading us in the pledge. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding those videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause, snapping, or other outbursts during the meeting. I will provide one warning to anyone causing a disruption. Upon the second or continued disruption, that individual will be asked to leave the chambers, and if necessary, security will be asked to escort that person out of the chambers. Such removal from the council chambers will be in effect for the remainder of the meeting. If continued disruptions occur, I may recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, may clear the chambers of persons participating in the disturbance. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are respectful of one another. We're going to start with proclamations and presentations. Councilors, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of allowing more than 2 proclamations this evening. There are multiple seconds, and we are going to take a roll call vote.
Councillor Baca?
Yes.
Councillor Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Peeblcorn?
Yes.
Councillor Grau?
Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
We'll start with Councilor Baca and your proclamation.
Thank you, Madam President. Proclamation recognizing the 40th anniversary of HopeWorks, providing services to homeless and near homeless population in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Accepting this evening is Heidi Schultz, the Chief Executive Officer of HopeWorks.
Thank you, Councilor Baca, and thank you all councilors. We are so grateful here to accept this proclamation from City Councilor. I have my team here. We have James Freeman, Executive Committee from our Board of Directors, Vince Speen, he is our clinician, Chris, who is our case manager for our behavioral health team, and our clinical director, Noel. So we just want to say thank you, and we thank you, Council and the City of Albuquerque, for funding us for the last 40 years. We have been providing services from day shelter outreach to permanent supportive housing to our unhoused population and near unhoused population in our community. And we also provide behavioral health services. So the only service that we don't provide at HopeWorks is overnight shelter. But we provide, like I said, all of those services in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for being here. Councilor Baca, if you want to read the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam President. So whereas November 2025 marks the 40th anniversary of HopeWorks providing services to the homeless and near homeless population in Albuquerque. And whereas HopeWorks was founded in 1985 by the Episcopal community to address the pressing needs of individuals experiencing homelessness in Albuquerque, beginning with the simple yet vital act of providing meals. And whereas over the past 4 decades, HopeWorks has evolved to meet the increasing complexity of homelessness by implementing a comprehensive whole person approach that includes housing, mental and behavioral health services, and community support. And whereas HopeWorks is now one of the largest homeless service providers in New Mexico, serving over 8,500 individuals annually, including men, women, and children through its wide range of nationally recognized programs. And whereas HopeWorks operates as a community mental health center offering inclusive and trauma-informed services such as outpatient therapy, medication management, psychosocial rehabilitation, and case management, regardless of a person's housing or insurance status. And whereas the organization's housing programs, including permanent supportive housing, project-based vouchers, and the opening of Hope Village in 2021, provide not only safe and stable shelter for those in need, but also wraparound support with 24/7 staff and on-site care. And whereas HopeWorks Day Shelter provides a crucial lifeline to more than 5,000 individuals each year, offering meals, showers, clothing, mail services, and a welcoming environment to rest and connect with support services. And whereas in November 2024, HopeWorks expanded its impact through the opening of the William R. Miller Behavioral Health Building, providing behavioral health services to hundreds of people weekly. And whereas HopeWorks recognizes that homelessness is not an individual failure, but a community challenge, one that must be met with compassion, sensitivity, and love at its core. And whereas HopeWorks continues to honor the resilience and dignity of every person it serves, creating a more just, loving, and supportive community for all. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims September 25 in honor of HopeWorks' 4 decades of service, compassion, and commitment to addressing homelessness and behavioral health in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you all would like to come up. Mr. Freeman, did you want to say a couple words?
Madam President, I intend to be brief. First, I'd want to really thank Council Services, Stephen Chavez, Abby Stiles. A lot of people think there's a proclamation ferry. There actually is not. They do a tremendous amount of work over there. I want to thank Councilor Baca for his work on this. Nearly a decade ago, I found myself precariously housed and homeless here in Albuquerque, and I found the most incredible, loving, compassionate group ever at HopeWorks. And nearly a decade later, I'm still able to contribute to that agency. It's the honor of my life. Thank you.
Thank you. If you all want to go ahead and start coming through here, we'd be happy to shake your hands. Thank you for all of what you do. Our next proclamation will be Councilor Pena for Mr. Segala.
Thank you, Madam President. This is for Mr. Tony Sigala. Accepting the proclamation this evening are his daughters, Antoinette, Kathy, Katrina, Brandy, hi Brandy, and Krista.
And before we take remarks from the family counselor, Madam Vice President, do you want to start by reading the proclamation?
Yes.
Doing that first?
Yes.
Any comments as well from you?
Yes. So I'm going to start with the proclamation. Welcome you all. Hi. Hello. Whereas Anthony Tony Sigala's years of dedication, determination, and skill earned him the rank of one of the top 10 mixed martial artists in the world of professional kickboxing, and whereas Tony, a native New Mexican, has been recognized nationally by the USA Boxing for his contributions to the local boxing community, LBC 42, and whereas USA Boxing, LBC 42 have instituted the Tony Sigala Memorial Coaches Award, recognizing coaching excellence and dedication in martial arts, with Tony as the inaugural recipient. And
whereas Tony demonstrated unwavering compassion for his community by providing training and services for anyone who had the will to train, no matter their background or economic means, and
whereas thousands of Albuquerque youths, adults, and seniors have trained with Tony and Segala's mixed martial arts for over 40 years, and
whereas Tony Segala's pupils and students have achieved high levels of success in mixed martial arts, boxing, and fitness, as well as success in life, and
whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month recognizes American citizens whose... Oh, sorry, not that. That'll be next. Whereas Tony welcomed people from all walks of life, ages, sizes, and backgrounds to his training, instilling self-confidence in mind, body, and spirit, and
whereas the Albuquerque community and the mixed martial arts community lost a dedicated leader and friend, Tony Segala, on August 23rd, 2025, and
whereas the greater community continues to benefit from Segala's mixed martial arts training and Tony Segala's moral guidance, physical training, and mental resilience, and
whereas Segala's mixed martial arts continues to provide quality boxing and martial arts training in Albuquerque, and
whereas in the words of the late Tony Segala, you can't teach heart, you can teach determination. You can't teach determination, but when you show people that they have the ability to rise to the challenge, that mental self-confidence will be the difference, both in the ring and in life. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the city of Albuquerque, hereby recognizes September 15th, 2025 as Tony Segala Day. So congratulations, ladies. And if you want to say a few words, you're more than welcome to.
I want to thank you, Councilor Pena. My dad's been a big part of the West Side, and it's funny because we keep hearing stories when we're going through this hard time that fills our heart. He's trained many people from Art de la Cruz, from grandkids. We have 4 generations in our gym. And throughout the time, me doing the books with my dad, and it's a funny story, I told him, Dad, how can we have 10 cleaning ladies? They can't afford it. It's fine. We'll figure out a way. He's been around since 1970, and we've kept the doors open with 10 cleaning ladies. And me and my sisters, we will continue that legacy on from my dad, pushing through, keeping kids off the streets. No matter what's going on in life, they have a place to come to do homework, tutoring. We've always pushed these kids to the next level, and we'll continue that. With the numbers here, you can see this is just half of it, not even half. We will continue doing that. Young kids, pushing, being bullied, learning how to walk through it. My dad always said, I'd rather them freak out in the gym than in the streets because they have the confidence they need to succeed in life. And we will continue that. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
This is our brother we never wanted, but we got stuck with it.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. I first started at Segala's about 20 years ago. Started with my son when he was 10. And he stopped after a year, and I kept going. So I've been there almost 20 years now. I got my black belt about 20 years ago, and I've been helping teach since then. I've just being with Mr. Segala, he was still coaching me even after 20 years. Every punch and every kick thrown, he would always have a comment, and it was always good advice. And he was always direct with his coaching, and he didn't have a filter, and if it was good or bad, he'd let you know, as they all know. He was always helping make every boxer and every fighter better, and as better humans as well. He helped a lot of people in this city, and it still amazes me when I'm out with my Segala's shirt or with my Segala's jacket, somebody always comes up and says, I went to Segala's, and how is Mr. Segala doing? And so it's going to be hard when people see that now. I want to thank you all for this amazing recognition, and it means a lot, and we all appreciate it very much. Segala's students, could you please stand? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to say thank you for being here. I am so sorry for the loss of your father. I know it was sudden, but yes, everybody on the West Side, if you're from the West Side, you knew Segala's. My kids went there. Like you mentioned, Representative Art de la Cruz, so many people, but not just on the West Side. I know people from the other side of the river also that have also been part of his boxing. So just thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. And I think we're working with GovTV to make sure that we get that video of your dad on GovTV. So thank you all for being here. Thank you.
And if the family members want to go ahead and come back right here, that'd be great. And Madam Vice President, I'm going to be under the impression that you're going to make sure that they get that proclamation in just a little bit.
Yes, I think maybe Lane has the proclamation, but if not, we will definitely get it to you, Brandy. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
Madam Vice President, you have the next proclamation this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. We actually have a couple of folks here to accept the proclamation, Leon Vigil and Cynthia Ariano. Are they here? Oh, there you guys are. Hi, how are you? As you're making your way to the podium, I'll just get started by reading the proclamation. So whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is a time to celebrate the heritage and culture of Hispanic and Latin Americans, and
whereas the countrywide observation of Hispanic heritage started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon B. Johnson, and on August 17, 1988, was expanded by President Ronald Reagan to a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on October 15th, and
whereas the City of Albuquerque recognizes the important presence of Hispanic and Latin Americans and the contributions they have made to our community, and
whereas our community is strengthened by the values of family, hard work, faith, resilience, and cultural pride that Hispanic and Latino residents bring to our neighborhoods, and
whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month recognizes American citizens whose ancestors originated from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And
whereas the participation of Hispanics in today's economy has become vital for the growth of America, with Hispanics representing one of the major driving forces of economic success for millions of people residing both in and out of the United States, and
whereas the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce is celebrating its 50th anniversary and is also hosting its Hispanic Heritage Awards on October 18th at the Crown Plaza, and
whereas this year's awards theme is celebrating our past, empowering tomorrow's brilliance, and the awards serve as a grand finale to Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, celebrating the outstanding achievements of Hispano Chamber member businesses across the region, and
whereas the awards showcase the unique tapestry of cultures, community, and entrepreneurs that have been woven together to create a unified Albuquerque, recognizing business owners and business leaders and awarding them for being one of the most significant contributors to the local economy, and whereas the City of Albuquerque affirms its commitment to equity, representation, and opportunity so that Hispanic and Latino communities may continue to thrive and shape the future of our city. Be it proclaimed that the council, the governing body of the City of Albuquerque, hereby proclaims September 15th to October 15th as the City of Albuquerque's National Hispanic Heritage Month. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Madam President, so if you want to say a couple of words.
Sure. On behalf of the committee, half of our committee is over at the Hispanic Cultural Center with the Consulado to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, Councilor Peña and all councilors. You know, Hispanic heritage is resilience made flesh, and it's art made rhythm. It's history carried forward in every step that we take as Latinos. And it's the courage of our ancestors and the joys of our tradition, our culture, our food, our faith, our music, the bailes. And it's the power of identity that refuses to be erased. And to honor it, it's not to look back, but it's for us to recognize the living legacy that we continue to create here in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. If you want to come up, and I don't have your proclamation, but I'll definitely get it to you.
Thank
So. Thank you.
Next, we are going to have a presentation from Mr. Joshua Boone, Chief Deputy District Attorney, who will provide information on the SHIELD unit. Maybe? There we go.
Madam President, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I was asked to come today, and hopefully I don't bore you all too much with this, on behalf of the Albuquerque Police Department and as a representative of the District Attorney's Office as the Chief Deputy District Attorney. One of the things that was asked of us is to come present to the council about the importance of the SHIELD unit and the work that the SHIELD unit has done. Obviously, I'm assuming all of you guys are looking at this, but one of the things that we always talk about when it comes to prosecution of cases, it's not just the work in court that the attorneys are doing or the officers and detectives who are out in the field investigating these, but it's the paralegals and it's the legal assistants and the secretaries who are providing the crucial discovery. And it's not a fun topic, it's not a glorified topic, and certainly if it was, NBC would have already made a show about Law and Order Discovery Team, okay? But they didn't. But it's vitally, vitally important when it comes to prosecution of cases. What you're looking at is a very quick timeline of what we were looking at. When the prior district attorney's administration came in, he was dealing with an 8,000 case backlog of felony cases. Most of those cases needed discovery provided in order for the district attorney's office to fully investigate these matters. What you will see is the prior district attorney created an intake unit to help the DA's office resolve that. The SHIELD team, which was worked in collaboration with Chief Medina, created a team at the Albuquerque Police Department so that our offices could collaborate and work together on getting that backlog resolved. It also allowed for more things to happen in the future, which is what you can see because in March of 2020, we all know what happened. The pandemic hit and everything became a lot different. We had to adapt very quickly, and both of our agencies were able to do that. We've gone through different iterations of discovery sharing, Case Catcher being one of them, and most recently we've all moved to the Axon Justice System, which has allowed almost instantaneous information sharing between our SHIELD unit and the DA's office so that we can have faster and more efficient convictions, dismissals, diversions, all the things that go into the world of prosecution. This is a requirement. This isn't something that we're trying to talk to you guys about because we're bored about it. These are the statutes. These are the rules that the court has put upon us. And when I say us, not just the district attorney's office, but law enforcement. This is a vital and critical important part that the law enforcement agency plays with our office. If we don't adhere to these rules, cases get dismissed. That's the bottom line. What you will see is, and this is a trend analysis for cases that are just referred, felony cases only, to the district attorney's office. I started with 2017 so that you could kind of get an idea. We were trending upwards, and then obviously in 2020, you see a massive drop, and that was very normal. Across the nation, you would see cases referred to DA's offices drop. What you are seeing is that number going up, which is not great, but it is the reality. We expect in 2025, that is cases to date as of September 15th. I'm sorry, September 7th from last week, I apologize. But we anticipate felony referrals being close to 10,000. We don't go on all those cases. Many of those cases are declined, and many of those cases are diverted into non-criminal justice system resolutions. But we still have an obligation. Law enforcement still has an obligation to provide discovery so that we can fully assess every case for every victim, and quite frankly, for every defendant as well. Over time, we have been working together. These are just some of the ideas that we've come with and how we have collaborated since 2018, really, when Chief Medina took over, District Attorney, now Attorney General Raul Torres was at the office, and now continuing on with DA Bregman. So we continue this to go together, but what we would impress upon the council is it doesn't seem like the most glorified thing. It's not more prosecutors. But what this does is it takes the discovery aspect away from officers. It prevents them from having to sit in front of a computer and upload a video for 3 hours, getting it over to our office. This allows paralegals to do that work. It keeps officers in the street, in the field, doing the critical job that they need to do. That should be it. And stand for questions if there are any.
Counselors, any questions? Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation and the time today. A couple counselors, well, not a couple counselors, several people have kind of asked me, what does the SHIELD unit do? And as a former APD officer myself, I couldn't explain it completely. So that's why I had to kind of ask for this and requested it in that sense. You assist officers to take some of the responsibility away from them, is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Madam President, Councilman. Yes, that is exactly what we are doing. The SHIELD unit, that is their job. We want the officers to go out, they're wearing their body cams, they're collecting evidence, and not to make fun of anybody, but at certain times when people were officers, it was a police report and maybe a belt tape that was being recorded. Discovery today for an officer is cameras, vehicle cameras, if you're collecting ring cameras, cell phone data, dumps, surveillance. There's so many different things that come into play now for officers that they have to think of when they're doing this. This allows them to collect it and then give it to trustworthy paralegals to then provide. It allows them to not have to sit and just do paperwork, and calling paperwork discovery now.
And Madam President, does that include, is it felonies or misdemeanors? Is that all of them? Is it shopliftings as a misdemeanor? Is it, what does it encompass?
Thank you. That's a very good question, Madam President, Councilman. The number that we showed you on the screen is only felony referrals that the DA's office takes, but it is required in every single case. So if you want the basic numbers on average, and this includes for taking into account the dip of 2 years during the pandemic, on average since 2017, officers are also required to provide discovery for 7,400 officer prosecuted CR non-record cases, approximately 4,000 domestic violence cases every year, and approximately 2,300 DWI cases every year, all misdemeanors. It does not include, however, every traffic offense, and I didn't have time to pull that number for the council, but add in roughly another 10,000.
Madam President, so are you able to put that chart back up as far as the police? Thank you, Mr. Kara. So the SHIELD unit preps for traffic arraignment cases as well? Is that what you?
The SHIELD unit is not currently required to do that, but part of the SHIELD unit is the Court Services Division, which Alicia Farley also oversees. They are required to do that.
Okay, Madam President, thank you for the felony. Felony cases are normally put together by the detectives that do it, or normally, correct? It's not necessarily a patrol officer that puts a felony case together. It's subbed out to a detective in an appropriate department. Is that still going on that way?
Madam President, Councilman, yes. If it's a felony case, if there's an assigned case agent detective, They are ultimately responsible for it, but every patrolman is still required to make sure that they account for their own discovery.
Okay, and Madam President, does the SHIELD unit assist that detective in the sense to put that case together? Or is it just kind of the field officers that they assist?
Madam President, Mr. Kaufman, yes, the SHIELD unit does assist because the DA's office will often have multiple requests for further discovery that we will want them to go out and get that maybe was not collected the first time. And after reviewing cases, other things may come up after doing interviews. We will ask those agents to go out. We will request the SHIELD unit to assist us with that.
Okay, and as the, Madam President, as the chart shows, it does show it 17, you pulled from 17 to 19, the trend were going up, pandemic hits in 20, and obviously the cases drop in 21, and then you see the trend going back up again. So you obviously are doing a lot of work and a lot of assistance with officers.
Simply yes.
Okay. Madam President, do you, and this is just out of curiosity from a professional standpoint of what the cases that I put together, the amount of work that goes in, do you find that there's an issue with a disconnect when it comes to the trial, being that the officer or the detective isn't putting the case together per se, it's legal aids? Does the defense attorney question that a lot?
That's a very good question, Madam President, Mr. Councilman. Defense attorneys, and I say this having been a defense attorney for 12 years before I went to the DA's office, they will question everything, and they should. But what we have seen is most of our officers, detectives, whoever's assigned to the case, comes in fully prepared before they do it. So we are not worried about that aspect of it. We have a really good working relationship with SHIELD and Albuquerque Police Department on authentication of special discovery or if we have any special issues. We work very closely in trial prep so that we don't lose cases on issues like that.
Perfect. Madam President, just a few more questions, just out of, right off the top of my head. So we track the felonies, we tracked misdemeanors as well?
Yes.
Okay. And Madam President, as far as the tracking goes through, do you pay attention to the case that were assigned and stuff? Do we pay attention and track cases that are dismissed, cases that are lost, cases that are fully successfully prosecuted and such?
Madam President, Mr. Councilman, yes, we do keep track of that, if you will. This chart simply just gives us the referrals that were sent to our office, but to make us better, to make the police department better, we are all tracking what we're doing and the outcomes of those cases.
Okay, not just felonies, but say, like you said, like domestic violence, shopliftings, working with the state as far as the culmination of the shopliftings now that the state passed that law that we're gathering all of them and linking them as one kind of as a RICO case sort of deal. Is we're tracking that too, DWIs?
Madam President, yes, we do.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? I have a couple. So would you say that probably on all the other types of cases, do they trend similarly to this graph here?
Very good question. Thank you. Madam President, yes, is the simple answer. We did not put together a fancy chart for the misdemeanors for you, but I can certainly provide that to you if you would like. But
So
you will find that chart where it has the dip for the COVID years, and then you're seeing the numbers go back up.
Okay, great. And then when you talk about deciding for referrals, is that something where you're still utilizing the Arnold tool for that? Or is that just one aspect depending on, or is it totally something separate?
Madam President, I believe it would be something separate.
Okay, I think so too. It's been a hot minute since I've had a conversation about the Arnold tool, but I just wanted to clarify and make sure that it's not necessarily how you determine referrals for some of these.
Madam President, no, that is not how we determine referrals. We do not use that tool for referrals.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. It doesn't seem like there's any more questions, but we appreciate the brief explanation, and I'm sure that we'll reach out if there's some additional questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you. Councilors, we're going to move on to the journal. I move approval of the September 3rd journal.
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
President Hassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Moving on to communications and introductions, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 487 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 487 is the mayor's appointment of Mr. Martin E. Mathiasen to the Accountability and Government Oversight Committee. There's a second by Counselor Champagne. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
President Hassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 488 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 488 is the mayor's appointment of Brianna Y. Perea to the Early Head Start Program Governance Advisory Committee. There's a second by Madam Vice President. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers, Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
President Hassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Counselor Grout?
Madam President, I move to suspend the rules and pull R-179 out of the Finance and Government Operations Committee and place it on tonight's agenda for action. R-179 is establishing a continuing sobriety housing voucher pilot program for individuals experiencing homelessness, directing the Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness to develop a plan to implement a pilot program and report on outcomes.
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
President Hassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Counselors, are there any other changes to the letter of introduction? Seeing none, I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers, Counselor Rogers,
I think that she didn't quite hit mute. Counselor Rogers?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that first part.
The motion is for approving the letter of introduction, and it's on your vote.
Yes.
President Hassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Next on the agenda is reports of committees. Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, September 8th, 2025, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 437, 440, 443, 444, and 465, that they be approved. In the matter of 083, that it do pass as substituted. In the matter of R171, 172, 173, 179, 180, and 183, that they do pass. And in the matter of R174, that it do pass as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee report.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers, President Hassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Next is deferrals and withdrawals. Counselors, any deferrals or withdrawals tonight? Seeing none, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. For those individuals on tonight's consent agenda who are being appointed to serve on a board or a commission, thank you for your willingness to serve. Are there any changes to the consent agenda?
Madam President.
Counselor Lewis?
Madam President, I want to just take EC 2547 off consent.
487?
Yes.
All right. Any other changes to the consent agenda? Seeing none, I move approval of the consent agenda. Second. There's a second from Madam Vice President. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca,
Yes.
Counselor Champagne,
Yes.
Counselor Peebles,
Yes.
Counselor Grau,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Vice President Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Rogers,
Yes.
President Bassan.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Counselor Lewis, EC 25487.
Thank you, Madam President. In this appointment, I know this is the mayor's appointment, and certainly, I mean, the council, I think, just recently appointed someone to the AGO as well, and this person seems well qualified. I guess I just wanted to ask about the timeline. I mean, I wrote a letter to the chair. I didn't hear back specifically. I didn't hear back from the chair on this committee, but just wondering if maybe the mayor's appointment to this committee, the mayor has a appointment that serves as a non-voting member, and if that person wanted to comment, or I think Mr. Willer, you're an alternate on that committee as well. Again, just for the sake of the public and a lot of interest around this committee and some of the investigations that they've been reviewing, that the Inspector General have given them over the last year. Just wanted to, maybe an update regarding the timeline of their next meeting. This committee is supposed to meet 4 times a year. They could actually meet once a month if they wanted to, and those decisions are up to the chair. But I wondered if the administration's appointment would want to comment specifically on the timeline as far as the next meeting, as far as reviewing these investigations over the last year and when they would be released.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, Carla Martinez, our associate CAO, serves as our representative, non-voting member of the AGO, can speak. As you know, Council President is also present, so I want to make sure that I'll let them speak to the current circumstances.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I have been the appointee since Kevin Cicero, I always have a hard time saying his last name, retired. So I've been there for a few months. My understanding is the next meeting is scheduled for late October, but there's discussions about potentially having a meeting before that to address some of the reports.
Okay. And then would you want to comment just on the timeline of some of the investigations that the committee hasn't released yet?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, so we have been in discussions with the acting Inspector General. He is currently working on a few of those reports and intending to get them out shortly, but my understanding is he's doing sort of a rolling release of the remaining 6 reports.
Yeah, and there, Madam President, there are investigations, though, that the committee's had for a good amount of time, for several meetings, and then I understand there was a review done, and that review was completed. Did the committee review that review in the last committee meeting that you had?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, so that report has been discussed with REDW, who is the firm that has done the quality review, and it is currently in draft form, and my understanding is they will be releasing it shortly.
Okay, so they're required to be released according to the code 15 days after the committee meets to talk about it. So are some of those, to your understanding, beyond that 15 days from the last meeting that they were discussed?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I can't comment on that because I wasn't a member, an ex officio member of the committee at the time, so I would not want to comment on that. I was not there at the time.
Yeah, and Madam President, and I honestly, I wouldn't expect you to. I just I know you're not a spokesperson for the committee, and you don't make decisions on the committee, which is fine. I mean, it's a part of our process, and so really even asking you these questions, I mean, you're gracious enough to talk about it, but I know that those decisions are from the committee, and they make those decisions and they vote on them. So I guess I'd go back to maybe the administration if there's any concern about that the committee has not released some of those investigations, and even a review that was done to review those investigations. And then there's been a meeting, and that 15 days, we're beyond that 15 days. And so, again, this is a committee that we set up, and it seems like they're beyond the code as far as the requirements of when those would be released. And so, I mean, would the administration want to comment on that as far as any concern about that in that regard?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, what I can tell you is in the time that I have sat on the committee, I have been impressed with the quality of the committee members. And I think that, again, I can't speak to the conversations that happened in previous meetings that I was not in, but it's my understanding there was concerns surrounding the quality of those reports, and hence the request by REDW to do the quality analysis. And so I think the committee has been very thoughtful in their approach, and they want to ensure that they are receiving the most transparent and quality produced reports possible, I think is their intentions.
Yeah, and Madam President, I have no doubt about that. I mean, I believe very good quality people that are on this committee. But and obviously with the public, I mean, it does raise some questions that it's not about, and it's good. It's good that the committee's taken its time and made sure that they've done their due diligence. But there is a requirement with our code that set this committee up that those investigations be released, and it doesn't say that they should be released after there's been extra reviews on it. I mean, those are all good things, and I'm glad we did. But it's not as much about what's again, when these are released, it'll be great for the public to be able to read what REDW did on it, what their comments on it, the committees, as well as the Inspector General. And I think that's what's important right now. It's regardless of what it says, it's at some point those documents are owned by the public, and the code clearly says that. And so, do you know when the next meeting is scheduled?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I believe, as I stated before, end of October, but there's discussions about having possibly a meeting before that.
So in your conversations with the chair or communications that they're discussing an earlier meeting then?
Absolutely, because there is an interest as well in getting these reports out because people are asking. And so it's a balance of trying to ensure that there's quality reports being put out in a timely manner.
Sure. Okay. Well, thanks for the conversation about it. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, and I move approval.
There's a motion and a second. Madam CAO.
Madam President, thank you. Councilor Lewis, I was just going to speak to the fact that we believe that they are adhering to the calendar requirements related to the ordinance passed by City Council, and legal counsel and the members have been paying very close attention to that ordinance for the Inspector General and independent auditors ordinance.
So, Madam Chair.
And no, I'm sorry. Hang on one second, just please, Mr. Lewis, Councilor Lewis. Ms. Coulidon, I do have a question as well. I also sit on this committee. I'm an ex officio member, and so I sent out a press release last week, I believe, regarding the timeline, answering a lot of your questions. Councilor, we'll make sure if staff can make sure to forward that again, I would be grateful. Ms. Coulidon, do you know, in that timeline, we had a meeting of the AGO committee where we ended up deferring the committee that votes. I'm an ex officio member, I do not vote. Those voting members decided to defer these reports, and I believe, and I would like you to clarify and correct, and if Ms. Keefe, if you want to verify as well, it is within the ordinance parameters that these reports can be deferred one time. And that is all that has happened. And since then, there have been some extra safeguards actually put in by the committee. And so can you please answer, is the AGO committee actually in violation of any city ordinance and their behavior?
Madam President, councilors, as far as the ability of the AGO to defer for one meeting, my understanding is that they're in compliance with that. The ordinance does allow for one deferral, and after that point, the committee is required to either act to approve or not approve the reports, and that's when the 15-day timeline kicks in that Councilor Lewis was referring to a moment ago.
And the 15 days hasn't happened yet because the committee has not had a presentation of the reports since they wanted to go ahead and put in community safeguards to make sure that there was an independent, proper investigation conducted. And so there was a third-party company hired to do these evaluations, and they have just finished finalizing some of the reports. They're working on getting it to the committee soon. And at that point, the interim IG and the OIG office is going to be able to present these reports to the public, because I don't think anybody has delayed anything, even though it sure is seeming that it's getting accused every once in a while to not only me, who's not taking it personally, but is aggravated because there's hardworking members of the committee who are also deeply offended. And I think that it is insulting to insinuate that we are sitting here and we are trying to hide things from the public, which we are not. I think that what the public has been asking for is wanting to make sure that what the investigations are fully released at some point in time, which they will be, everything from the beginning until now, including the former IG's investigation. And I want to make sure that the public knows that we're here to try to make sure that they get quality reports, not something that's opinionated that goes against the Green Book, which is what the OIG's office is supposed to be following. And so I'm going to fiercely defend this committee, and I would appreciate some clarity. Ms. Keefe, I don't know if there's anything that you would like to disagree with as far as any potential violation to any ordinance.
Madam President, there has not been a violation of the ordinance. They had the right to defer once. They did defer. At the next meeting, they will then either vote to approve or approve, but that next meeting has not happened because of the review and because the OIG is continuing to make revisions based on the feedback from REDW.
And Ms. Keefe, or Ms. Coulidon, is it illegal for the committee to have sought the advice and evaluation of a third-party review?
Madam President, no, the ordinance expressly allows them to hire consultants to conduct reviews.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I mean, these are good discussions, and certainly our job as a council and an interest, I have an interest to ensure that committees, like this are simply, following the code. And so I think to ask questions about confirming that and verifying that is certainly the work of the council here. Ms. Coulidon, then and the code says the committee may elect to defer, as you said, taking action on the reports presented for up to one committee meeting, after which the city auditor or inspector shall cause the report to become a published report no sooner than 15 days from the date of the committee's last review or consideration. And so again, I just want to confirm the timeline. The Inspector General, submitted for review to the committee several reports over the last year, and so I mean, could you verify that every single one of those reports, that all those reports from the very beginning, that they only had one hearing, so from the time that they were heard to the and then to the second meeting after that, that they followed this here, so that they had a 15 days after that. So all of them. I understand that there might have been some of them, or maybe all of them. I just want to confirm. But every one from the last year, from the very first one that was submitted to the committee reviewed, that they followed this exactly.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, if I understand your question correctly, I think you're asking about the reports that have not yet been released and the number of times they've been considered by committee. Is that correct?
Yes. So again, there's multiple reports, and some that I think were submitted at different times, at different meetings. And so, and again, the timeline's simple. It's one meeting. They're presented officially with the report, right? They can defer it up to one meeting, so that would be maybe 3 months until the next meeting. And then according to the code, it's 15 days after that meeting. So every report that was given from the Inspector General to the committee has followed those guidelines at this point?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I don't want to give you incorrect information, but it's my understanding that the reports that have not yet been released have only been heard one time by the AGO committee, but I will defer to others that might have more personal knowledge.
Madam President, it's not true that they were submitted at different times. My understanding is the IG may have completed them at different times, but there were 9 reports that were all submitted at once to the AGO the week prior to a meeting. And that they initially deferred that meeting to have more time for themselves, then heard them at a meeting, and I have to say I don't remember now. I feel like this was in March, but I'm not remembering exactly, and then voted to defer 6 of them. 3 of them were published.
Okay, and Madam Chair, thanks. I think this is good discussion then. I appreciate it. I certainly, you know, when members of the public and people are asking about this, then I think this is a good conversation to refer them to. And this, again, this is a committee that there's not a spokesperson for it. I mean, these are folks that we've appointed, so there's no spokesperson for them. And the chair hasn't, you know, commented on these. And yet we wrote the ordinance, and so I think it's important to have the discussion about it. I appreciate it. I don't think, you know, anything is meant personally against anyone. If anyone, you know, I mean, the public has raised, you know, concerns and questions about it, and so, I mean, this is, I mean, council business, and that's how we, you know, should get business done, and confirming these things together, you know, as a committee. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? The motion is for approval of EC 487. Madam Clerk?
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Beeblehorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grau?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
I'm just a no.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Thank you. President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Moving on to announcements. Councilor Grau?
Thank you, Madam President. There will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, September 24th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Councilor Peeblehorn?
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, September 24th at 5 p.m. here in Chambers, basement level of Albuquerque Government Center, and this will be a hybrid meeting.
Moving on to financial instruments. Councilor Rogers, 096.
Thank you, Madam President. 096 is approving a project involving Pacific Fusion LLC pursuant to the Local Economic Development Act and city ordinances. The city's implementing legislation for that act to support the acquisition, construction, and improvement of a facility for the commercialization of fusion energy production to be located in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and authorizing the execution of a project participation agreement and other documents in connection with this project, and making certain determinations and findings relating to the project, including the appropriation of funds, ratifying certain actions taken previously, and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance. I move for a due pass.
Second.
There's a second by Councilor Peeblehorn. Councilor Rogers to open.
Thank you, Madam President. We have today with us Director Max Gruner, who's going to introduce the project for us. We also have Christopher Chavez, who will help us with the staff analysis. We have Curis Muirhead available for any questions on our city bond process. And we also have some folks attending via Zoom from Pacific Fusion that will present on behalf of the company. So we'll take it over, Max Gruner.
Director, good evening.
Madam President, good evening, councilors. My name is Max Gruner, Director for Economic Development. I'm here to present a project by the name of Pacific Fusion for the consideration of council. As we always do, we will present the project holistically. I do want to make note that there are 2 votes for 2 distinct incentive packages, one referring to the Local Economic Development Act funding, the other one to the Industrial Revenue Bond tax abatement for this project. As Councilor Rogers mentioned, I have with me today my colleague Chris Chavez. We have Bond Counsel Chris Muirhead with us, who will stand for any questions regarding the IRB. Also have my colleague, Director Mark Roper, the State Economic Development, with me. We have a delegation from the company on Zoom, I believe, available virtually. And then we also have 5 individuals who would like to speak in favor of this project, including Tom Jenkins from the Greater Albuquerque Chamber, Ernie Sidabaca from the Hispano Chamber, Joy Forehand from CNM, Steve Chavez from Mesa del Sol, and Chad Matheson from area. Councilors, in the spirit of full transparency, I do want to point out that this is an atypical project. I'm bringing a project to you. We are still in a competitive posture for this project. We are competing with 2 municipalities in California. I don't typically bring a project to you until the company has decided that, yes, indeed, upon approval, they will come to Albuquerque. So really what we're trying to do is 2 things tonight. We're trying to review and vote on these incentive instruments, if you will. And we're also trying to signal to the board of Pacific Fusion that Albuquerque, New Mexico truly is the best host community for this project. The board of this company is meeting tomorrow. And as I sometimes use this phrase when I speak to you, in the world according to Max, I am bullish that we will get a decision by the board tomorrow. But again, the board of this company is going to vote on what is in the best interest of this company. I would also like to just take a moment, and I would like to recognize my colleague, Chris Chavez. Because of the date of the board meeting, we were pressed very hard to get this project to City Council for consideration tonight. And so, Chris, I don't know how you did it, but thank you very much for pulling this off. And I also would like to publicly state that we would not be here if it wasn't for the city's planning department. Alan Varela and his whole team were absolutely instrumental in communicating to this company that Albuquerque Mesa del Sol is indeed the best viable site for this project. This project constitutes $1 billion in investment into the city of Albuquerque. We're looking at somewhere between 200 and 250 well-paying jobs, the average salary being $150,000. Councilors and Madam President, I'm of an age where, you know, the only captain to Starship Enterprise is Captain Kirk. That Starship has always flown on fusion. Fusion has been that crown jewel for energy production. The machine, the Z machine, which this company is using and putting on steroids to bring into proximity hydrogen atoms, and through a pulse technology creating a tremendous amount of pressure to create free energy. This has always been the crown jewel of what it means to make affordable, available energy. Proof of concept was created in 2023. There are now globally 3 companies that have a shot of accomplishing this successfully, and we're absolutely proud that Pacific Fusion, as one of those companies, is looking seriously at Albuquerque. I will also mention to Council that Pacific Fusion raised $1 billion in their Series A fundraising, and I bring this up because, look, I'm not a fusion engineer, but I do know that investors do their due diligence when they look at companies, when they decide where they're going to invest, when they're going to invest. So I am bullish on this company, and without further ado, I will pass it along to my colleague, Chris Chavez, for the formal staff analysis.
Good evening, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you, Max. Madam President, councilors, thank you for having us here today. Today, I'll provide the staff analysis for 2 incentive transactions for Pacific Fusion Corporation. The company is requesting both an industrial revenue bond and LEDA funding in support of their project. Pacific Fusion was founded in 2023 with a mission to power the world with abundant, affordable, clean energy. In Albuquerque, the company proposes to build a 225,000 square foot research and development headquarters to house its demonstration system for its pulsed magnetic inertial fusion technology. The facility will be the research and development headquarters for the company. The facility will demonstrate that it is possible to get more fusion energy output than the energy input, a fusion milestone known as net facility gain. Proving these conditions is an essential milestone to building a power plant and putting carbon-free electricity on the grid. The demonstration system is not a power plant, it is a fusion research facility. It will not produce electricity, and it will only be pulsed about once per day. Pacific Fusion will build a facility on 17 acres of vacant land located in Mesa del Sol. The project facility will be constructed in 2026 and 27 and be fully operational in mid-2027. The present IDO district for the project is Planned Community Zone District. Allowable uses in this district are negotiated on a case-by-case basis. The applicant has requested and received approval for conditional use to allow for a research or testing facility. The zoning hearing examiner approval was received July 30th, 2025. And at the August Environmental Planning Commission meeting, the company requested and was granted a text amendment to the Mesa del Sol Level B Master Plan in support of the project. On that same day as the EPC hearing, the project also received a unanimous recommendation from the Albuquerque Development Commission. And today, the company is requesting $776.6 million in city-issued industrial revenue bonds and is also seeking LEDA funding in the amount of $1 million. The state has agreed to provide $9 million in LEDA funds, and the city would be the fiscal agent for those state funds. The project represents a significant capital investment of nearly $1 billion and the creation of 224 high-paying, quality, permanent jobs. The salaries for the newly created jobs range from $115,000 to $215,000, with a total net payroll of over $35 million. The company anticipates continuing to use the state's JTIP program, and the project is expected to also create 288 indirect and induced jobs. The project will lead to the creation of nearly 1,000 construction jobs sourced from local labor pools. The IRB project includes a fiscal impact analysis from UNM. The project will be exempt for up to 20 years of property taxes on land, building, and equipment. Equipment purchased from the bond proceeds is exempt from gross receipts or compensating taxes. The payment in lieu of taxes on the project is 20% on real property and 10% on personal, essentially making it an 80% abatement and a 90% abatement on personal. The fiscal impact analysis indicates that the operations related to the bond will remain tax positive throughout this bond term, totaling nearly $29 million in tax revenue by 2044. The LEDA project includes a fiscal impact analysis provided by the state. That analysis shows that the project will be making a substantive contribution to the community. Overall, the city will receive over $30.5 million in net benefits over the 10-year LEDA period. The project is estimated to have a total overall economic impact of $1.17 billion and an overall net benefit of more than $57 million over the 10-year period. IRB 26-1 is a qualified project as defined by the State's Industrial Revenue Bond Act and city enabling legislation. LEDA 26-1 is a qualified project as defined by the state's Local Economic Development Act and city enabling legislation. The project will make a positive substantive contribution to the local economy and community by creating over 200 jobs, high-wage economic-based jobs, and through an investment of nearly $1 billion. The project complies with the adopted city plans and policies and meets community economic development priorities and objectives. The project adequately meets the evaluation criteria established by the city for both LEDA and IRB projects, including the requirement that the city recoup the value of its investment over the term of the agreements. So, based on the above findings, staff recommends the approval of both IRB 26-1 and LEDA 26-1 as proposed in the project plan application. Thank you. And now we have Mark Roper with the state of New Mexico, if that's okay, Madam President? Or
Yes.
actually, the state, and then the company.
I'm sorry, what was that, Mr. Chavez?
My apologies. I think that the company was ready to speak, and then Mark would be next. My
That's
apologies.
either, whichever order you prefer.
Madam President, why don't we have the company speak if they are available?
Hi, can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council for having us here today. Really appreciate it. Brief introduction on our side. I'm Carrie. I'm one of the co-founders and the chief operating officer at Pacific Fusion. Joined today by a number of colleagues. Our head of business development, Doug Perkins, is in the room. Our head of finance, Mindy Ayusen, is on Zoom, and our head of communications, Alex Stoniak, is on Zoom. Before I get started, a few words of thanks. First of all, to the Albuquerque Economic Development Team, especially Max Gruner and Chris Chavez. Your tireless work has been instrumental in getting us to this point, and we are so grateful. We're also deeply grateful to Secretary Rob Black and his team, including Director Nora Sackett and Director Mark Roper, for your guidance and support throughout this process. And I'd like to recognize some of the support I know is in the room today, from Chad Matheson at Area, Joy Forehand at CNM, Tom Jenkins at the Albuquerque Chamber, Eric Contreras at the Hispano Chamber. Your support has been invaluable, and we're so appreciative of all that you've done to make this project possible. Can everybody see my slides okay?
Yes, they are on the screen. Thank you.
Great. To briefly introduce the company, Pacific Fusion was founded in 2023 with a clear goal: to power the world with abundant and affordable clean energy. As Max mentioned, we raised more than $900 million of capital last year. We're ahead of schedule on our technical milestones, and we have a number of important decisions ahead of us this year. At the top of that list is where we'll build our demonstration system and flagship research and manufacturing campus. We're fortunate to be backed by a wonderful set of investors and to have a wonderful team behind us already. And we're here today because we're really excited about the prospect of building in Albuquerque. There are a number of reasons for this. First, there's incredible mission alignment, as evidenced by New Mexico's commitment to clean energy codified in the ETA. And second, in making a siting decision, there's no more important consideration for us than team and talent base. Where we influence is who we hire and who we become as a business, and we're excited about the current and future applied physics and manufacturing talent base in Albuquerque. We also build directly on breakthroughs achieved at the Z facility at Sandia. Actually, about a third of our now approximately 120-person team comes from one of the national labs, and we're proud to actively collaborate with Sandia National Laboratories. And so in many ways, Albuquerque feels like a natural home for this project. As Max and Chris mentioned, this project would represent $1 billion scale investment in New Mexico, and as such, directly benefit the community in numerous ways. First, the project would bring at least 200 permanent jobs to Albuquerque, plus hundreds more to the region when you consider all of the construction work and supporting services required to make a project of this scale successful. Second, this investment would build on New Mexico's leadership in inertial fusion and bring the state to the forefront of clean energy innovation, which is of course well aligned to the master plan for Mesa del Sol. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, an investment for us in a site is by nature also an investment in our future team. We're still early in defining what educational partnerships could look like, but we're committed to engaging with local universities, colleges, and school districts to ensure that we can meet our workforce needs and create the kinds of educational partnerships that directly lead to career opportunities at Pacific Fusion. I'll talk more about the facility in a moment, but thought it might be worth briefly providing some context on fusion for those who aren't familiar. Fusion powers the sun and our stars. It's been the holy grail of energy for a half century because it could be an ideal power source, safe, clean, on demand, and effectively limitless. The research community has spent the last half century figuring out how to affordably burn fusion fuel, and we're closer than ever now to achieving that goal. The way it works is conceptually simple and much like what is done on the Z facility at Sandia today. Light atoms are squished together under such high temperature and pressure that they fuse and release energy. We do this in a very similar way to the Z facility at Sandia. We don't use lasers, but rather we make a big electric current, which, when run across a little bit of fusion fuel, squishes that fuel hard enough to cause fusion. And it's decades of work at Sandia and Livermore National Laboratories that have shown us that this works. We're now simply scaling this up to allow for the production of clean, firm power. The demonstration system that we hope to build at Mesa del Sol is a research and manufacturing facility, not a power plant. It won't have noise or vibrational impacts on the community, and it won't deliver power to the grid. It will show that fusion reactions can create more energy than they consume, and thus pave the way for a fusion-powered future. The site we're exploring is at Mesa del Sol. You can see some renders of the facility here. As mentioned, it's a research facility, not a power plant, and it's designed to have minimal impact on the environment. Our water use is about half that of a commercial building of similar size, and we require only about 3 megawatts of capacity from PNM, which PNM will be able to provide. Nothing is more important to us than safety. Because small quantities of radioactive material are commonly used for research and medical purposes, the state of New Mexico has developed a robust regulatory framework that also applies to us. In order to begin operations with tritium at our facility, we will need to obtain a license from the New Mexico Environment Department's Radiation Control Bureau, just like any hospital or research facility would. That license will regulate all aspects of our operations, including transportation and storage of materials and handling of waste. Finally, transparency and community engagement really matters to us. We've learned that trust is earned through consistent presence and listening, particularly for a project of this scale. And over the last few months, we've really enjoyed meeting with many members of this community, spanning government, business, education, and nonprofit. We'll continue to do so in the months and hopefully years ahead. And we also have a project website at newmexico.pacificfusion.com where residents can ask questions and where we'll be posting project updates. Finally, I just want to reiterate my thanks to the many of you who have taken the time to get to know us so far. Max and Chris on the city side, Secretary Black, Director Roper, and Director Sackett on the state side. Madam President and councilors, thank you again for your consideration.
Thank you so much. And now I think Mr. Roper.
Madam President, members of the council, my name is Mark Roper. I'm the Division Director of Economic Development for the state of New Mexico. And you've heard the numbers, you've heard all the good things, 1.1 billion, over 200 high-paying jobs. I don't need to reiterate those, but I just did because they are important. But as you can tell by the color of my hair, I've been around a while. And throughout that entire time, I've heard about how New Mexico is the place where great ideas are born and then they're gone someplace else to be made. This is an opportunity to change that. This is an opportunity to make Albuquerque the home to fusion. Technology that came out of Sandia National Labs is not going to be developed in California. It's going to be developed in New Mexico. It's our opportunity to make a difference, not now, but into the future and into future generations, create new career paths for our children, for our grandchildren in this technology of the future that's been dreamed about for over 50 years. It's our opportunity to make a difference and taking something that started in New Mexico and keeping it in New Mexico. I'm not going to take up a lot of your time. You've heard all the positive numbers, $1.1 billion in economic impact. This is our chance to put a stamp on something that's going to be truly New Mexico and the home to New Mexico. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Before we go to questions from counselors or any additional comments, let's go to public comment, please.
Thank you, Madam President. First up, we'll have Tom Jenkins, followed by Eric Contreras.
Hello, this is Tom Jenkins, and good evening, councilors. I'm chair of the Economic Development Team with the Greater Albuquerque Chamber of Commerce, qualifying broker for REA Real Estate Advisors. As has been stated, Pacific Fusion is pursuing one of the most important energy breakthroughs of our time, creating more energy from nuclear fusion reactions that it consumes. This is not a power plant, it's a safe, quiet research facility, fully compliant with environmental and safety regulations. As stated, it represents over $1 billion investment, bringing 200 permanent jobs, hundreds more in construction, and an estimated $1.2 billion economic impact, including $57 million in direct benefits to the state, county, and city. Albuquerque is uniquely positioned with Sandia National Labs, a skilled workforce, and a strong clean tech ecosystem make Albuquerque an ideal location. Adjacent to the preferred site in Mesa del Sol, I'm currently marketing 5401 Watson. We recently entered into a lease agreement with the State of New Mexico Environmental Department, and I can share with you both the building owner and the Environmental Department have expressed to me support for this project. This is more than landing a single project. It's about building an industry. Just as nuclear research fueled Albuquerque's growth in the 1950s, fusion research could define our next chapter, making the city a global hub for clean, limitless energy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime generational opportunity, and we urge you to approve Pacific Fusion's request and bring this historic investment to Albuquerque. Thank you.
Eric Contreras, followed by Chad Matheson.
Mr. Contreras, you're muted.
You're muted.
Okay. Madam President, City Councilors, thank you so much for having me. My name is Eric Contreras, and I'm the Director of Business and Community Development here at the Albuquerque Hispano Chamber. Today, I'm representing myself and our President and CEO, Sir Ernie C. DeBaca, in support of the Pacific Fusions Initiative here in Albuquerque. The Albuquerque Hispano Chamber of Commerce's mission is to promote economic development and to enhance economic opportunities and to provide business and workforce education with an emphasis on Hispanic and small business community in Albuquerque, New Mexico. In keeping true with the Hispano Chamber's mission, today we're offering our full support of Pacific Fusion's plans to locate its research facility in the Innovation Park at Mesa del Sol. I hope that you will grant their request to approve a variance for the 110-foot building height. It is important that Albuquerque continue to support projects that diversify our economy. Our renewable energy is one critical segment as we look toward the future. Pacific Fusion's ethos was born at the Sandia National Labs with the Z machine, and to have the company come full circle and locate here in Albuquerque will be a big win for the Duke City. Not only will hundreds of jobs be created in the construction phase, but there will also be at least 200 permanent jobs created that will be high-paying and highly technical. This is an exciting development for the future generations and will keep our workforce here in New Mexico. Again, on behalf of the Hispano Chamber, we're excited about the prospect of the Pacific Fusion locating in Albuquerque, and we urge your support. Should you require any additional information, you can feel free to contact us at the Hispano Chamber. Thank you so much.
Chad Matheson, followed by Joy Forehand.
Madam President and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chad Matheson, and I serve as the interim president and CEO of the Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance. I'm speaking today in support of Pacific Fusion establishing a presence in the city of Albuquerque. As you know, their decision to evaluate Albuquerque represents one of the most significant advanced energy opportunities in our region's recent history. As it's been said, this project is far more than a single facility. It's about positioning Albuquerque at the center of a transformative industry that combines scientific innovation, national security, and long-term economic growth. Over the past several months, AREA and our partners have worked closely with the company through multiple site visits, technical reviews, and economic development partner discussions. What stands out is not only the technical suitability of our market, but also the alignment with our region's broader vision of strengthening advanced industries. Pacific Fusion is considering a $1 billion investment with the potential to create hundreds of high-paying jobs averaging well above the regional average. These are jobs, as you've heard, in engineering, skilled trades, and operations that will keep our talent here and attract new families and investment into Albuquerque. It also means recognizing that a project of this scale has ripple effects that support local suppliers, creating demand for housing and services, and showcasing Albuquerque as the location of choice for next generation innovation. Madam President and members of the councils, thank you for your time and for your leadership in helping move opportunities like this forward. Area has been a proud partner and looks forward to the continued success of this project landing in the region. Thank you.
Joy Forehand.
Evening, Madam President and councilors. My name is Joy Forehand, and I'm the Vice President for Workforce and Community Success at CNN. Thank you for the opportunity to share comments with you tonight. I want to share how our college is preparing to meet the workforce needs of our community, particularly in emerging industries like energy and fusion technology. We've developed multiple education and training pathways that connect individuals with real opportunities to build skills, earn credentials, and step into high-demand careers. We've been in conversations with the Pacific Fusion teams, and we're working closely with them on workforce development strategies to ensure that when they begin hiring, there is a pipeline of well-prepared technicians ready to step into these roles. Just as important, we're excited about the opportunity to connect our residents and our learners to these education and training pathways, opening doors to careers in high demand while supporting the needs of local employers. This is a growing field, and we're very excited about Pacific Fusion coming to Albuquerque. We respectfully ask the council to consider the approval of both the LEDA funds and the IRB. Thank you for your time and service and for your continued support of workforce development in our community.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions or comments? Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Carrie and her team for the incredible amount of outreach they've done within our community, but not only to us on council, but to the community at large. I started having meetings with them months ago, and I'm just been really impressed with the culturally sensitive outreach that's been done. Look, I'm not smart enough to know if it's going to be the Holy Grail or not, but I do have faith that if it's going to happen, it will be through Carrie's team. So I'm really excited about the prospects.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor Lewis?
Madam President, thank you. You know, again, thank you for all the time and conversations and just to be able to have the opportunity for a company like this to be able to invest in our city is a great opportunity for us. I'm a big fan, and I believe that the potential for the product and everything and the jobs and all this, I think, would be a great benefit to our city. And Director, I know just a couple of questions, because I know in this, and I think it's important for people to know that there's in many agreements like this, there are provisions and there are clawbacks, and this is how everything starts. I mean, we all start extremely hopeful, and this company was started in just a couple of years ago in 2023. It's entirely funded through venture capital. So there's not a product that's being produced right now. It's not on the stock market. It's not producing a product. I mean, ultimately, really this is R&D, and ultimately it'll produce the kind of products that'll be, changing in every possible, really some amazing ways. But would you talk just for a moment about the clawback provisions and specifically, are we privy to the company's financials in the same way if we're requiring clawbacks at a certain point? I mean, if the company doesn't perform, say in 2027 with 80 jobs, if construction doesn't start at a certain point, I imagine there's a lot of money and a lot of investment by this company that's spent ahead of that time. And I ask this because it's happened in Albuquerque before, where companies where we've had this kind of agreement with have gone under and have not performed on the agreement. But are we privy to some of those financials to at least be able to show if they are required for a certain amount of clawbacks? that money is set aside, or that money is proven to show that they're able to, if they don't perform, to be able to make the city whole.
Director?
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, thank you for that question, and thank you for going right to the jugular, because I think it's such an important conversation to have. I will yield some of my time to Director Roper, because it is really the state that is bringing the bulk of the money. But as always, I just wanted to reiterate, you know, from my perspective, I know we have a statutory, and I believe we have a fiduciary and a ethical responsibility to safeguard the taxpayers' money. So as in any of these projects, these incentives are being either reimbursed or abated against actuals. What that means for the taxpayers, unless the company is successful, unless the company does what they say they will do, there is no exchange of money. In addition to that, the project participation agreement, the binding contract between the city and the company of which you have in form only a document in front of you, stipulates clawback provisions that, as Councilor Lewis was saying, and to play along with your example, if in 2028 the company were not performing in the way that we anticipate and we hope, and the company projects that they will perform, there are provisions to ensure that the taxpayer is made whole. With that, if it pleases the President, I will yield to my colleague and friend, Director Roper.
Director Roper?
Thank you, Max. Madam President, members of the council, Commissioner Lewis, thank you for the question. And to kind of scaffold on to what Max had said, there's provisions within the project participation agreement that hold money back until certain parameters are met, meaning that they don't get a blank check at the front end for the entire $10 million. They have to meet certain requirements. They have to build certain things, get certain things in place before they get any money, and it's all reimbursed. They have to have an actual expense to be reimbursed for. And they have to meet hiring milestones before they get certain tranches of the money. So the money isn't just all up front. It is tranched out as they meet certain milestones. Additionally, we're statutorily bound, and we include in all of our agreements security equal to the amount of the grant award. So as money is tranched out, we have to hold security equal to that amount for such purposes of clawbacks. If they pack up and leave, if things don't work out the way they're held, we hold that security, that collateral in place to pay those clawbacks. And that collateral is always held by the fiscal agent for the state's money. In this case, it would be the city of Albuquerque. And of course, then they would hold collateral for their own funds. So yes, there are clawback provisions within the contractual arrangement. And yes, there is money set aside, as you stated. It's held in collateral through the instrument that we've agreed to.
Councilor Lewis, anything more? Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to everyone who was able to give us an overview of the project. And Pacific Fusion folks, I definitely appreciate all the community engagement. I think when we first met, you really understood my heart in making sure not just the residents of Mesa del Sol, but also the greater Albuquerque had a chance to meet you all and understand the project. And so I won't belabor the point. I think really this is about Albuquerque stepping up and saying we want to show through our actions, passing both of these today, that we want Pacific Fusion here. This is the home of this technology, and it makes most sense for it to be here in Albuquerque. And so I urge your support. Thank you.
Councilors, the motion is to pass 096. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Baca?
Yes.
Councillor Champagne?
Yes.
Councillor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Councillor Grau?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Councillor Rogers?
Yes.
President Hassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Councilor Rogers, 097.
Thank you, Madam President. 02597 is a companion to the one we just heard. authorizing the issuance of a sale of City of Albuquerque, New Mexico taxable industrial revenue bonds for Pacific Fusion Series 2025, maximum principal amount of $600 million to provide funds for the acquisition, construction, equipping, and improvement of a facility, commercialization of fusion energy production, and authorizing the execution and delivery of an indenture lease agreement, bond purchase agreement, bond, and other documents in connection with the issuance of the bond and the project, making certain determinations and findings related to the bond and ratifying certain actions taken previously and repealing all actions inconsistent with this ordinance. We have the same team here to answer any questions and talk a little bit about references. What we just passed was LIDA funds in partnership with the state, and this is about the industrial revenue bond. And I'll turn it over to Director Gruner.
Counselor Rogers, before we do that, did you want to go ahead and move the floor substitute?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I would like to do that first. I believe the floor sub is in your iPads. And this is just cleaning up some of the technical numbers that we needed to fix before passing it. So yes, I would like to motion to move the floor sub in your iPads.
Second.
There's a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grubb?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Director Gruner, did you want to go through it again?
Madam President, I've got my 40 pages of notes. I urge your support, and if there are any questions, we do have our Board Counsel, Chris Muirhead.
Yes. Counselors, do you have any additional questions or comments? I do see that Mr. Muirhead is here. Counselor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I just would like to know from Carrie, when your board meets tomorrow, will you be able to call Mr. Gruner so he can call us? Will we have an answer tomorrow?
I can't make any promises specifically about tomorrow, but we hope to let you know as soon as reasonably possible.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. Just for the people at home or people who's watching, can you give a brief explanation between what we just passed and what this is representing?
Director Gruner?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, there are two incentives that our local government opines on in these meetings. What we just passed is the Local Economic Development Act. It's the only incentive we have in the state that is discretionary. It is money that is made available by the governor and mayor respectively, or a county manager, if you will, for the purposes of reimbursing for expenses that a qualifying entity such as Pacific Fusion engages in when it comes to land building and infrastructure development. The ordinance under question right now is the industrial revenue bond. The industrial revenue bond is used in the state and in the city as a mechanism to abate property taxes for a company for a defined amount of time, in this case, 20 years. Again, we have a fiduciary responsibility to keep our special districts, our school districts and what have you, whole. So whereas it is 100% abatement of said property taxes, we negotiate a pilot payment, a payment in lieu of taxes, a payment that the company provides to the city, again, to ensure that we have the kind of income that we need. The IRB, the Industrial Revenue Bond, in front of you right now, as I said, is for 20 years. It's for about the investment just north of $750 million. The abatement for the, and I'm doing this from memory, for the equipment is at 90%, which is code for the pilot payment is the equivalent of 10% of the taxes that equipment would create for the city, and the abatement for the real estate, for the land, is at 80%. Another way of saying that is the pilot payment is the equivalent of 20% of the taxes that would be generated by this project if there was no abatement.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Director, for that explanation. I hope that helps the people at home or in the audience to understand.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Rogers to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to make sure there weren't any other public speakers for this item.
No, ma'am. The one speaker that was signed up is not present.
Thank you so much. And so just in closing, just thank you, Councilor Champagne, for that question. Basically, these ordinances are both together create a powerful incentive package supporting capital investment and reducing tax burdens that can attract, hopefully, Pacific Fusion, their $1 billion investment in Albuquerque. And really, if enacted, really will, our city stands to gain transformative economic and technological benefits, high-paying jobs, workforce development, and not only will it also solidify our status as the clean tech innovation hub, and I'm just so excited for this possibility, and I urge your support.
The motion is for O97 as substituted. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
There are no appeals. Thank you, Director, and thanks to everybody online, and we hope to hear back soon. Carrie, where you said it yourself that we're ideal in your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on the agenda and on our website Friday. The public comment ground rules are that each participant will have 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to councilors only through the council president, and any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There will be a 2-minute time limit and a bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Cornelius, if you'll call the name of the first speaker, and for those that are on deck, please start making your way to the front.
Thank you, Madam President. Up first, we have Brick Jonesy, followed by Let's Otvo.
Good evening, Madam Councilor President.
Is it ever SOP to have security from the library bar and grill to do the same thing, to drive the people like they're cattle? No. And then would any citizen have any duty or obligation to drive the people from the sidewalk at all? Do you know? You don't believe so? What? Police capacity, security. This guy right here up front is a security officer. That's not a police officer. But I want to show you guys something. So I don't know if you can hear it. That car is blasting its sirens. There's no emergency. I'm not going to go all the way up to it because it's absolutely ridiculous. Lieutenant, you see those security officers doing it. I'm just telling you, those are security officers, not police officers. I'm just telling you. See, that's security officers. Those are not police officers right there. And I did just inform him that those are security officers doing that. There are police officers in the mix, but some of those are only security officers. Now they're trying to make people move from the sidewalk. That's Doug Smalls. Hey, Doug! Doug, you gonna let them do that to you? Hey, Doug, you gonna let them do that to you? You know that's a government official right there, right? You know that he's a government official, right? Doug! You gonna let him do that? You gonna let him do that to you?
Just sharing.
Let's Otvo, followed by Jeffrey Wasson.
Madam President, council members, let's make it clear. The public sidewalk is for the public. Citizens have a right to be there, and I do understand the need to move the citizenry from the establishment at 2 o'clock when the establishment closes. It is a closed street. Allow the people to come out into the area of the closed street. Don't keep them on a sidewalk. To test that theory, if they're going to use horses to drive people, and I will give a little recommendation to the use of horses, it wasn't used last weekend because they were busy at the fair shitting, right? But this weekend, they were back with a vengeance. They didn't go up on the sidewalk like they normally do, but they were using the security staff as the horses. These security staff are pushing the people with their flashlight, putting hands on these people to move them along, not just in front of the library where the establishment's closing, but pushing them to the corner to get them to the parking lot where their cars are parked. Now, naturally, these people, there's vending trucks there, like I've mentioned before, they're trying to get a meal. They may be sitting in their car eating, but you have now this armed security and armed police officers patrolling the parking lot, rousting the people out, maybe a little too early. I myself was told that I might be arrested for telling the people they didn't have to move from the public sidewalk far from the establishment under the threat and color of law. So in conclusion, using these horses and these sirens and these flashlights and non-uniformed personnel to move people is going to get your asses in trouble.
Jeffrey Wasan, followed by Francesco Artist.
Madam President, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to comment on what I think is an unethical use of city facilities and resources. The State of the City address by Mayor Keller turned into a campaign rally. The use of the biopark, the use of city workers to prepare, free admission to the park, entertainment, a tacit endorsement by Representative Melanie Stansbury, and as reported by multiple news outlets, city workers in Keller t-shirts. This is part of a pattern of this mayor using city resources for his political interests. Before it, the COVID puff piece, I would point out, paid for with diverted funds being one example. But what pushed me over the edge and brought me here tonight was the arrival of a team of staffers filming a campaign-style video in front of the almost complete Lebanese garden at the biopark, during which, this was being filmed for Keller, during which their staff asked city workers to get out of the shot so that the filming could commence. These are workers that were trying to complete an almost done Lebanese garden, paid for by private funds. I asked the council to look into the ethics of what occurred during this State of the City address, or let's let Ubayas, White, and the other mayoral candidates speak in the biopark or film in the biopark if they want to. After all, fair is fair. Thank you.
Francesco Artist, followed by Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick.
Mr. Artis has left, it seems.
Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
I don't have all the same complaints about the state of the city. But I keep on going to Civic Plaza, and recently figured out the water's off for the year, it seems like. I miss those splashes. And I bumped into a whole bunch of people, a whole bunch of first responders. They had just gotten back from a tradition that starts in Albuquerque, climbing 110 floors as part of a rescue mission. Congratulations to Albuquerque Fire Rescue, but the thing that really hurt there was the lady from District 9. I would have liked if you had taken off your glasses. We were all talking about seeing eye to eye. There's something, this whole special session that the governor wants, these mayors they want, it's all kind of moot if we're not going to talk about the real issue. The ICE, the private prisons, that's not on the table. It should be.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by James Freeman.
Excuse me. My name is Ted Niemitzki. Well, what I want to talk to about Council Rogers' last council meeting.
Mr. Naminsky, if you can not hold the microphone, I think it will also help. Or is it the earpiece?
Okay.
Okay.
About Council Rogers, who sponsored one bill. It's located from Central, South to North to Lomas on San Mateo. So she won't touch it, this property, right in the corner, sent two high-rises, 16, 18-story buildings, which is abandoned, been for several years already. Now another, where she lives, south to Central, she won't touch it because that's a poor neighborhood, run down mobile home parks. She needed votes, of course. What is between these two locations? Well, that's small businesses, small property owners. And she's got, that's only in communist countries, two classes people, poor and rich. That's exactly what, and city council, all 9 voted for this, voted. That's what we had here. Thank you.
James Freeman, followed by Nicole Finch on Zoom.
Good evening, Madam President. I am James Freeman. I speak for myself now, not representing an agency. One bill that we advocated for over this last session was SB 267, and we got this passed. And what it did was it enhanced tenant protections, created new opportunities in education and outreach, strengthened legal remedies, and collaboration with landlords. So what it does is it creates a system where the landlords have to be transparent about the fees when they're taking applications for rental property. There can't be all these hidden fees. They're allowed to charge a one-time $50 application fee. There can't be a separate administrative fee or a background check fee. There's only one $50 fee, and that can only be charged every 90 days. If you come back in 60 days, they can't recharge that fee. So there's also a if they raise the fee, if they raise the rents they must give 60 days notice. Late fees are now capped at 5% of the monthly rent instead of 10%. The deposit is now only 1 month. They cannot charge a first month and a last month. They can only charge 1 month rent deposit. So this went into effect in July. I know there's a lot of landlords on this council, and I'm not saying anybody's acting inappropriately, but I want everybody to know that this is the law. And if you have any evidence that somebody is not acting in accordingly, please contact New Mexico Legal Aid at newmexicolegalaid.org, or there's also a 1-800 number here. Or reach out to me. I'll help you get in contact with an attorney. But this is really important for people that are really struggling, to pay rent, that simplifying the fee structure and capping some of those excessive fees. And so I'm really glad we got this passed at the last legislative session. Thank you.
Nicole Finch, followed by Janet Sayers.
Madam President, councilors, good evening. I'm Nicole Finch, and I'm a member of the Library Advisory Board. Tonight, I have a very simple message. The main library needs a new air conditioner. The main library branch still has its original HVAC system from when it was built in 1975, and it desperately needs an overhaul. The main library is an important community hub for District 2, but it's also important to me in District 9, and it's important to every other branch in the city and the county. That's because it's where the library administration works. Main Library is the headquarters for the whole operation, and all the folks that work there every day, as well as the patrons, deserve to spend their day in a comfortable environment. Through the efforts of the Library Advisory Board Chair, Janet Sayers, we already have commitments from Councilor Baca, thank you so much, 1 county commissioner, and 2 state senators to use between $50,000 and $100,000 of their set-aside or capital outlay funds for the main library HVAC system. We only need $2.75 million, so if we can get about $100,000 from each of the city councilors, county commissioners, and even about half the state representatives and senators in Bernalillo County, this is an achievable goal. So let's do this together. Thank you.
Janet Sayers, followed by Karen Navarro.
Unmute. I believe I'm unmuted.
We can hear you, Janet.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the council, city staff, and I am here also tonight on behalf of the Library Advisory Board. And I do have good news to report that we met with Senator Antoinette Cedillo Lopez, who has also made a commitment of $100,000 towards the replacement of the HVAC system at the downtown branch library. So now we're around $400,000. I also wanted to, again, thank you for your support as we've gone through the operating budget process. I was with another group that actually used the International District today, a meeting room at the International District Library, as part of planning the Route 66 speaker program. And that's one of the great things that our public libraries are used for, is meeting places for groups so that you don't have to meet at somebody's house or at a restaurant or whatever. And I also wanted to thank the council tonight on the consent agenda. We do have 2 more new members to the library board that were approved, and we've just had a great response of the people who have joined the board in the last 6 months, people with some marketing background, people with some financial background, and we just hope that we can continue to serve and do the job that the library ordinance has asked us to do. Again, thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for your service.
Karen Navarro, followed by Melinda Montoya.
Good evening, councilors.
I want to give out a shout out tonight to the Gateway Recovery Pallet Shelter Program operated by Endeavors. I visited it today and was given a tour. I will say that initially I was not happy that the contract was awarded to an out-of-state company, and I generally favor in-state companies. However, I now know firsthand that their focus continues to be Endeavors can focus on hiring skilled and experienced supervisors, clinicians, and staff who are local to Albuquerque, some of whom I personally know. I want to strongly urge the city and county to develop other pallet shelter programs. Pallet shelters are much less expensive than tiny homes. Both types of shelters are meant to be transitional, so why not go with what's much less expensive? In fact, in Kansas City, there's a veterans organization building them for about $8,000 a piece. I also want to propose that city or county funding go towards a couple of combination mobile shower and restroom trailers that could travel around to various areas in Albuquerque on a regular basis. These trailers could and should have case management staff on board. Finally, I have been saying for years that the city needs to stop encampment sweeps. There simply is not and never has been adequate monitoring of solid waste staff driving up on encampments and disposing of people's possessions. The city's encampment policy calls for only 2 hours notice to be given for most of the encampments. And there are numerous reports from street outreach people of people coming back to nothing where their tent and their belongings were earlier that day. I have no doubt there is a better way to address issues around people camping outdoors than to center the policy around disposal, causing great harm to our unhoused city residents. Thank you for listening, councilors.
Melinda Montoya.
Hello, thank you, Madam President and members of the council, and thank you for your time today. My name is Melinda, and I provided comment at last council meeting regarding the loss of my daughter, Kayla Van Landingham, at the bicycle crossing on Carlisle on the Han Arroyo bike path, and the need for improvements in roads, including road diets and reduced speeds, driver awareness, and overall safety to create a safer environment for everyone here in Albuquerque. And I do believe that we need to continue on that path. However, today I do stand to invite you and the greater Albuquerque community to attend the dedication of a ghost bike at the intersection where Kayla lost her life this Saturday at 4 p.m. These ghost bikes, are a physical and visual reminder that someone lost their life, and they stand to foster a connection with this personal tragedy and the importance of road sharing. So thank you for your service, and I hope everybody who would like to attend can. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes general public comment. Thank you.
Councilors, we're going to go ahead and move on to approvals. EC 481 is requesting approval to add funds to the social services agreement with Chicanos por la Causa to operate Gateway West. I move approval.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. Madam Vice President, let's go ahead and go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by James Shanley.
Chicanos por la Casa, since they took over Gateway West, has caused numerous irregularities to my friend who stays there. They had to fight to get the lights turned off at night. They have to fight for access to their food, access to their personal food. These policies are not designed to be helpful. They're designed to corral and to bray and to enforce submission. My friend homie with the homeless union. They describe it as a Norwegian prison. You can go during the day, but if you don't organize, the lights will be on all night.
James Shanley, followed by Joseph Griego on Zoom.
Madam President, councilors, it is instructive to read the goals and objectives set out in Part A of Exhibit A of EC 481. Especially poignant if you drive under the I-40 overpass at First Street, or between 6 p.m. and 8 p.m. you pull off a side street on Central between Wyoming and San Mateo to observe what is the state of affairs there. Albuquerque today seems light years away from achieving the goals and objectives of people of all ages being sheltered, safe, healthy, and educated, the public feeling safe and secure, and an emergency shelter system that transitions unhoused people to housing and care. After more than $300 million of city money invested to solve street homelessness, the citizens of Albuquerque are becoming frustrated at the sense of no impact as they observe it on the streets, the alleys, sidewalks, and increasingly in their backyards. And the lack of precise data as to the actual impact of these programs to transition people off of the streets. There is a lot of specific detail in the reporting requirements for EC 481. I would urge you to ensure that that data is made public in an understandable and transparent way so that the public can understand the extent to which Gateway West is making a contribution towards the solution of this problem rather than simply applying triage. I don't think it will be lost on any of you that in this same council meeting, we are discussing Albuquerque's potential to embrace a world-transforming technology like nuclear fusion. At the same time, we're still talking about an intractable problem of thousands of people living unhoused and unprotected on our streets. Thank you.
Joseph Griego.
Good evening, Madam President, City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I apologize for not being there in person, but I'm on travel status. Just to talk to you regarding the Gateway West shelter, we continue to work diligently with the city. We continue to create new programming and monitoring the bed situations, the clientele coming in. We have made great strides in regards to from the December that we entered into the contract to where we're at today. Our numbers continue to increase. We continue to hire local individuals to work the shelters. We are continuing to work to make it a better place, implementing policies and procedures that are conducive of shelters for the protection of the clients that are there, as well as the staff that work there. We are a local non-for-profit entity established in 2008. I am a local New Mexican, lifelong resident of New Mexico. And, you know, we look forward to working with the city in developing the Gateway West shelter for the clients that live there and that go there for services. We are partnering up with several different entities to continue to provide additional services, not only shelter care, but also the continuum of care that individuals need as we move forward. And we appreciate the support you have given to us and the opportunity to work for the city. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment.
Councilors, any comments or questions? Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see here. I have a couple of questions. The funding agreement for the state grant from HB2 requires a written plan from the city how it will be securing funding in the future. When does that plan need to be submitted?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, it is the end of the year, of the calendar year, so December 31st, 2025.
Okay, Madam President, will that plan be submitted to council in the form of an EC?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we had initiated conversations with Council President to begin discussions around with you all as we move forward in that. We can submit an EC if that is the preferred path.
Oh, I'm open. I'm just wondering how it's going to go. Let's see, Madam President, how are you going to fund it moving forward? Like, how are you? What ideas do you have already?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, that is what the work that we have underway right now. We're working to put together possibilities. We intend to continue to pursue potential grant funding and other funding sources beyond the general fund, obviously. And we intend to work within the budget to make recommendations, come forward for recommendations and changes that we would have. But we do not currently have a final list of solutions.
Thank you. And then one final.
We have many ideas.
Okay. Look forward to hearing what they are. The $3.5 million from the first 6 months of this contract came out of general funds. That leaves another $3.5 million to be funded by HB2, but the state appropriated for Gateway West $6.1 million. So how are you spending that extra money?
Madam President, I have Dr. Charlie Verplew here that can speak to the specifics. Good evening.
Council President, Councilor Grout, thanks for the question. So the amount that's awarded to this program for operations is $6.1 million. Half of that, the 3.5, will be going to CPLC for operations, and then the other components of that funding will go to other components of the operation of the facility. So catering and transportation are two of our biggest costs that we have at Gateway West, and so we'll be using that to offset that piece that we don't have funding for.
Okay, Madam President, so do you need to bring that forward to us to let us know how you're going to spend that extra? Because that's like that's a lot of money.
Council President, Councilor Grout, the contracts for those for transportation and for catering are already executed and in place.
Okay.
This is just the funding to fulfill that.
Thank you.
Requirement.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. A few weeks ago, we were discussing just the total amount of money in capital and then programming for the gateway system. And so I guess I asked the administration, are those numbers that you all have put together now? Now, including, I think there was discussion over what's been spent and then also what's been programmed. And I think I'm more interested in what's been programmed as far as along with what's been spent. I mean, the total amount of dollars and capital dollars, and then the total amount of programming dollars that are within the gateway system.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, so the question is, I have notes to talk through numbers. The question that you've asked is slightly different than the question that Councilor Champagne asked. So I'm going to give you the numbers as I have them. No intent of playing any funny business. I'm just going to give you the numbers. We purchased the Gateway Center for $15 million in 2021. We have completed the Women's Navigation and First Responder for $9.2 million in 2023. Sobering improvements and in renovation was $7 million completed in 2025. Medical respite, $17 million in 2025. The outdoor area improvements for the Women's Navigation Center is $1.88 million. Men's navigation, which is both the 50 beds and the 42, so 50 and 42, so a total of 92 is $14.1 million. We had $475,000 in abatement. Our design costs associated with it is $3 million, And the women's expansion, which is the additional 50 beds, was approximately $6 million. I did round in all of these numbers because all of them had pennies and dollars at the end of them. So that is the capital investments into the Gateway Center facility. That is then for operating, Gateway for the operating and maintenance and operations. So this is both services and operations and maintenance of the Gateway facility itself, which has multiple hospitals and other providers in it. In 2021, we had $0 in operating and services because we were acquiring. 2022 fiscal year, $7 million in operating and services contracts. 2023, $12.2 million in operating and service contracts. 2024 fiscal year of $12.2 million in operating and services. And 2025, $9.3 million in operating and service contracts for the Gateway Center.
And Madam President, and so these contracts right now, I mean, we're basically, you know, confirming and, you know, and moving dollars that were approved in the 2025, you know, budget for programming. But so real quick, do you have a total on the capital? They all the way that you mentioned?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, for the Gateway Center, the total capital improvements across all of those items is approximately $81.1 million.
Okay, $81.1 million.
And that
then
includes
a total,
the purchase.
Okay, and then a total on the programming, or the other dollars.
Yeah, add it up real quick. Madam President, Councilor Lewis, across the 4 years, it's approximately $50 million.
Okay, 81, 50, it's about $130 million so far on Gateway. What's the current, I guess, how many people, I know this is probably, take this several ways too, as far as how many people we've served, you know, total over that time, and then maybe how many people are being served right now by the Gateway system.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I added an extra 10 million in my last answer. It's 40 million, not 50 million. I apologize.
Okay.
Bad math on the fly.
So total then 120 million then?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Total numbers served, you said, at the Gateway entire system?
Yeah, or even right now, how many are being served right now in the Gateway system?
Okay. We have had a consistent, I'm sorry, Madam President, Councilor Lewis, we have had a consistent census over 600 people at the Gateway West consistently, which is, by the way, a new consistent number for us. It's been good to see that folks are choosing Gateway West and CPLC services there. We have 32 people at the Gateway Recovery. Those numbers are going up each day as they are bringing individuals in at Gateway Recovery. At Gateway Family, I'm not going to have this number off the top of my head. I believe we have just over 230 people based upon the family members that are there. Is that at Gateway Family? Approximately 230 people at Gateway Family each night based upon the families that are there. At Gateway, at the Women's Navigation Center, we serve 50 women each night. When we open the additional 142 beds, we will add in both men's and women's navigation. Again, this is just nightly numbers, so this is not annual by any means because each of these programs have different time periods that individuals stay. In medical respite, we can serve 50 people a night, medical sobering, 50 people a night, and first responder, 20 to 25 people each night. And those numbers fluctuate based upon the individuals. Medical sobering will be up to 50 for one night is how long they can stay there.
Okay. And Madam President, I mean, the majority of the capital is at Gateway, right? I mean, the main campus. I mean, so Gateway West was an existing building, and so I'm assuming that a lot of that would be programming that we put into that, not as much of the capital there. So,
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, the numbers that I gave you are what that we just spoke to were all Gateway Center numbers. Gateway West has its own operating dollars associated with it, as well as capital dollars and improvements that we have made there to ensure that the environment has been improved. We've talked a few times with you all where we talk about renovating pods where we go move one dorm or pod and make improvements. That has been everything from environment to plumbing to safety and security, all types of electrical improvements that we have had out at Gateway West.
So, thank you, Madam President. So, yeah, so originally we were talking about the Gateway system. And so you're including Gateway West in the Gateway system. But when we were talking about the totals of the expenses to the Gateway system, originally you were saying all that is related to Gateway Central. So then again, when I asked about but then you included that when I asked about who's being served by. So I'm not trying to confuse. I'm trying to get it straight. But when we're talking about who's being served, now you're including the Gateway system and like that. So I guess. So now I'm wondering, it seems like then there's a certain amount of money that you didn't include in the Gateway system expenses, whether capital or programming.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, my first answer was to the question about Gateway Center, and then the second question you asked about how many people we were serving in the Gateway system. So that's why I gave you all of them. I have the operating expenses annually based upon Gateway West that I can provide also. But I do not have every single gateway, one of the gateways' current numbers on every single one. But I can provide you with Gateway West operating dollars as well if you would like, which is where we have our congregate shelter with.
Okay. And then, Madam President, so I guess last thing is, at some point, I mean, because the goal is, isn't it, or maybe not, the goal is to ultimately be able to, I mean, we want to serve people. We want to meet people's needs, where they're at. But ultimately, would you say that the success of the Gateway system would be seen in the amount of people that are, in the numbers on any given time of the amount of people that are living on the streets in Albuquerque?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I think the question is a loaded question because the numbers. I don't mean
it to be a loaded question.
I understand. What I mean by that is there isn't a simple answer to the question because individuals move through each of our programs based upon their individual circumstances and what they need. 600 individuals at Gateway West at a congregate shelter. We are now providing case management and support services. Our intent is to refer those individuals into our navigation centers where they have a more intensive support system. They've agreed to a program that is 90 days where they are getting access to treatment and housing navigation and multiple hands-on approach to support those individuals. Those contracts, as you all saw at the last meeting, our providers are providing a very high-touch, connected service to those individuals. Our goal is to move every single person off the streets that wants to be off the streets, and to provide them exactly what they need to be able to have high quality, stable housing and treatment and support to make those decisions for themselves as they move forward. That includes with job skills and access to support for services and other funding and support that they may be entitled to receive as well in that support. And as well as, by the way, medical support. The level of medical support that we provide varies across each of these programs. Medical respite is obviously a medical facility where we're providing daily support for individuals that are in medical recovery. So our goal is to move individuals, and we do have outcomes from the Women's Navigation Center, the Family Navigation, or Family Gateway, of individuals that have, through these programs, received the support they needed to move into stable housing and into other programs, employed and other options. That includes our Better Way Forward, being in a place where individuals are getting access through the Gateway system to jobs, and then helping them move on to get even better jobs as they progress.
Excellent. And Madam President, so again, I realize this may not be a simple answer to this. In fact, I believe that even if we offer treatment to somebody for several months, regardless of the outcome of that, if we offer food and shelter to somebody that didn't have it, for a few months. I believe that regardless of the outcome, a year later of that, that it's worth it. It's worth, us committing to serving and helping people in whatever stage that they're in like that. But I do think, and I would ask you, are there, and are we at a point yet, I mean, after spending a lot of money, that we can begin to identify and measure those outcomes? We can measure, somebody who we met these needs, we helped them in these areas of their lives, and we helped them get on a pathway that's different from where they were at some point, and we can measure that they're in a different place now, in every way.
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, I think that we are absolutely at that place, and we will, as you know, related to the funding from the state, the appropriation funding requires reporting. I think we track data beyond what those requirements are and what that looks like. We also are going to use that data to continually improve and to improve our design of what is working in providing support. It's why we came to you all for the Gateway Recovery, because what we found was individuals needed additional longer-term support when they are in recovery and receiving support, that they needed a community to live within that can provide that support. So we can absolutely report out successes as well as challenges, and those numbers to begin to look for us to all look at, and we have that absolute intent to do so. We'll provide you all with a synopsis of the last year related to women's navigation and the 50 beds that we have at the Gateway Center, to give you all a sense of how successful it is, knowing that each individual, and I say success knowing that sometimes success is that someone had 90 days of sobriety or 90 days of support systems and moving into receiving the services that they have access to, because we helped them with the paperwork, we helped them with filing, we helped them with the opportunities they have. Not every success is permanently housed at the time that we set our clock to. But it is maintaining a relationship with their caseworker or the case manager, and it is continuing their support services. So we can give you a dynamic description report out on that, and we'll commit to doing that.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. We continue to ask these questions about what operations versus programming dollars are for all of the Gateway network. And so it would be helpful if we can get this in writing with, here's what it costs to just open the doors. And I know you and I have had this conversation in many meetings, even back as far as April. I'm looking back because we asked what's the annual operating cost for all of the gateways, including programs coming online or currently running out of Gateway. And we asked for all of them, and we got a set of numbers that are completely different than what we're talking about now. And that's just months from April to September. And so I think it would be helpful if we could get just a little lovely chart of all the Gateway networks, operating budget, which is what it costs to turn the lights on, what the programmatic costs are, all of the contracts for each of the programs, how many people each one services, and then what we've already spent, right? Because I think that will help us. And bottom line is, we are the stewards of the budget, final budget. This budget season, the administration did not send anything down for operating of any of the Gateway networks. We know that we have them. We know that they're coming online, but we continue to ask this so that we can help do the work to make sure that these things are covered in budget. And so can we please get this, just a nice little chart, all of this down, so once and for all, so that we can know what we're dealing with.
Madam President, Councillor Rogers, yes, we can do that. What I have said in multiple meetings now with individual councillors is that Each time we have a question, it's slightly different. And so what I want is actually to get together essentially a pivot table, a database, so that we can all dissect it in any direction that we choose. And if it's by contract, which is the questions that sometimes we get, other times we get it by entity, other times we get it by provider. So we are working on this to do this in a very comprehensive way that everyone can see each and every expense. It's not meant to withhold any information. We're actually want it to be accurate and give everyone those details. Just to be clear, the budget that we sent down did include operating dollars for Gateway system, not every element, but there were dollars in the budget for the Gateway network, including the multiple operating dollars. For example, the portion of the CPLC that was already approved before this expansion was also in the operating budget. So I just want to make sure we're clear. We will include that as well for everyone as to exactly which portions were general fund in the budget and which portions were not.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for that response, CAO Single. I think I've been very clear on what we asked for, and I think this body has been very clear over and over and over again about what we were asking for. I understand that there's nuances and all of those things, but we've been very clear. If this administration would have planned for the budget, we wouldn't have been asking for $16 million from the state for gateway operations instead of housing, which is what I wanted the money to be spent on, so that we have housing for these folks and not just temporary band-aids of a shelter. And so I think I respect all of that, but if we had done the work in our budget, we wouldn't be asking the state for $16 million to cover these operations that we have now. And so thank you for that. I'm happy to work with your team to get you exactly what I'm asking for so it's clear. I'll even draft the table and you can just fill in the columns if that helps. But we've got to get to the bottom of this. And we have to know, I worked with you at CNM. We know how to, I know you know how to do this. So let's thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam CAO, the list that she's asking for, I think when you mentioned that you reached out to President Bassan, could you bring that to the table when you're coming so that there is that discussion, so that'll be something that we won't be asking at the table. We'll already have it, and it's a good starting point.
Madam President, Councilor Grau, absolutely. We are working diligently to put it into something that we can do that work. And I hope it'll be in advance that everyone can see all of that information. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. What's going to be the biggest difference between the last heading home and the new current one, if approved?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I can speak from my perspective. I think Dr. Verplu can speak as well from what we have worked on with Chicana por la Causa and their operating of the Gateway West. What I see is distinctly different is twofold. It's not just about the operator, but it's also about the improvements that we've made at Gateway West to ensure that the environment is conducive, it's healthy, and a healthy environment, hot water, all of the things that we heard were, and sometimes there was intermittent hot water. So we feel consistent that we have consistent hot water, things along those lines. It was an old prison, and so, old jail, so that we have improved it significantly and provided a high-quality environment for them. Additionally, Chicana por la Causa has, years of experience specifically in running programs and services similar to what we have at the Gateway West. And I think what's important to note is that experience provides for them the understanding of what can make a difference for the quality of the environment and the support that they can give. And I found that in my visits out there, I see a sense of order that is clear. The house rules are clearly communicated. Folks are supported in understanding those when there is a conflict of understanding. They spend time in working through that. And none of my comments are meant to be comments about heading home by any means. I think Heading Homes did a very good job with what they had the capacity to do and the funding that we provided them. what we've come to understand is the cost of providing services to the more than 600 people a night at the quality we're looking for that includes case management and other support services. This contract more closely reflects what that real cost looks like. I also think that we have Chicana por la Causa working with staff and training their staff in ways that is trauma informed and provides individual support to individuals that are asking for support. So that includes supporting them in making referrals to our Gateway Network or other nonprofit shelters that are available to provide support in a more intense environment, not a congregate shelter setting. And it also includes connections to other types of services like treatment and halfway houses and others that provide additional support. So they are distinctly qualified, I think, to do this work on this scale. Not every provider has that experience, nor has the expertise to run an environment in this way.
Madam President, it seems like it's a drastic change, and not to, like you said, not to take anything away from heading home. They worked with what they had and the capacity. It seems like a lot more bang for your buck in a sense. How long did Heading Home run Gateway West, or how long was that contract for?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, my understanding is that they ran the shelter for 4 years, but Dr. Verplu may be able to, where are you? 4 years? 4 years prior to, and that was through late 2024.
Madam President, is there any reason why we waited 4 years if it's that big of a drastic contrast in companies?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I think we had a working relationship with Heading Home. We were working and learning with them on how to run a large congregate shelter. And I think we worked all along the way and made improvements all of the time. The primary, when we went out to RFP, it was because Heading Home had made the decision that they were ready to move to focus differently in how the services and the work that they were going to do, and they graciously worked with us while we were out to RFP to make sure that we continued operations. I don't have a better answer than that. I think we evolved, and as the population grew, we grew the contract, and we were scaling much faster than we all expected to have to do so.
Okay, Madam President, would you say that we outgrew Heading Home then with their capacity and what we were asking for? Is it just something they couldn't, because they didn't put in for the RFP, so is it something they couldn't accommodate for what you guys were looking for in Gateway West?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I don't want to speak for them, but I think what the reality was they wanted to focus in what they believed was their area of expertise, and they were focusing as a nonprofit and a board to imagine their future as they went forward.
I understand. I'm not asking it. I'm asking your opinion and what you feel or think about it.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I think we, like I said, we grew faster than I think we expected. The demand was more than we thought it would be. I think we were asking a lot more of Heading Home than they had originally intended. And they kept working with us along the way, and they were a good partner as they could be. And then we reached a place at which it was just too much.
Madam President, it seems like there's a lot of tracking on this one that's being presented, a lot of questions and a lot of deadlines and so on and so forth. I'm kind of curious on why those type of tracking implements and deadlines weren't going on for the past 4 years.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we do have a monitoring team and requirements within all of our contracts, and our monitoring team does that work. I think Dr. Verplu could speak to our monitoring team's work in the past, what we've done for each of these contracts. I think I will say I believe that the governor and the legislators and everyone is really investing in this and excited or interested in seeing the impact that it has and whether it can be replicated, what we can learn, see where we're having the greatest impact. And so the interest in that is about how we think about replicating this across the state, where we can learn from this and make other investments that are informed. We are addressing at least 50% of our state's unsheltered and unhoused population. I would guess that it might be even more than that. But the point being is this is an opportunity for the entire state to learn from this, and our data is going to support them in our tracking and information sharing. We really do intend to work hand in hand to ensure and support the learning as we go.
Councillor Busan, Councillor Champagne, thank you so much, Dr. Singal. I think that she did a great job in describing a lot of the answers to your questions. I wanted to set the record correct that they actually have been here for 7 years. They started 24/7 in 2018, so I was incorrect on that, but they've been here for a long time. I also want to mention that I feel like Heading Home has done a really great job, and I just want to speak up for that, and I think you also said that. I think what was a challenge for them was that the funding was difficult. They didn't have enough funding to be able to do what they needed to do, and what we were able to do is say, look, we need to advocate for more funding for this service. The population has grown and the needs have grown. We've gone from being an overnight shelter to a 24/7 shelter, and really just wanting to make our services and our data collection and our security and all of those things more robust. And so Heading Home, I think, did what they could with what they had. And you're absolutely right. I think that the criteria for data collection and reporting is going to be much more robust. The security is more intense. The janitorial is going to be more intense. And the staffing model, having staffing in all the dorms and the ability to collect the data where needed to put the information from the clients into the HMIS system so that we can understand where they're at and get them tracked towards services that they might qualify for, I think is going to be really helpful. So I've been really pleased with our work with Chicanos por la Causa, in part because they can do a really great job with the data collection and the data system that they have. So being able to collect things about grievances and incident reports and intake process, the ability to even just turn beds over really quickly and do beds like storage for clients' belongings when that's needed, but be able to turn those beds over faster. So to Dr. Singal's point, last night we had 630 clients in our shelter. That's really high for this time of year. We think it has to do with the fact that the shelter has been improved just facility-wise, but also that the program has been improved in part because the funding has increased. And so we think people are seeking more shelter and feel safer in that facility, which I think is awesome. And also, if we're at that point at this point in the year, we're definitely going to see going over our ability to serve in the coldest points of the year. So that's something that we're thinking through in terms of winter plan. I think that really our data collection is going to be what shows us how successful the program is. And to Councillor Lewis's point, I think we can be able to report to you guys more regularly around some of the outcomes that are coming out of not only West, but our other housing navigation programs.
Madam President, it sounds great. I think that and I want to really emphasize this, I'm not really bashing on what Heading Home did. I'm a little more, and this is my hesitation, when this other stuff came up or in different categories of voting for it, was that this should have happened sooner. If we're sitting here for 7 years with the program, that changing companies is such a dramatic deal, that the way you described it, there's so much more we can do, there's so much this. It's frustrating to say that why wasn't it done sooner? We have $1.5 billion in our budget. The state has $10.5 billion. And yet we're coming in to say we finally got money. And I know that advocating through other stuff, this isn't the only program the state or we fund, but I think the biggest frustration is we've sunk in $120 million and now we're saying there's going to be results. Where were the results 4 years ago? Where were the results in 2021 when we were spending $14 million? So it's great to see that we're finally doing that. It's a little frustrating that we're finally doing that. Madam President, and I don't know who could answer this, what is a dorm monitor?
Councilor President, Councilor Champagne, a dorm monitor is someone who is located in a specific dorm to oversee that dorm. So they work with the clients, they make sure that they're safe, they make sure that they get their needs met, and they also help them get data collected. So once they're intake and have a bed assigned to them, then they can start doing that data collection process to put them into HMIS.
Perfect. Madam President, how many dorms are there then?
President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, there will be 11 dorms that have clients in them. One of the dorms is a recreational dorm, and if we need overflow, we would also put clients in that dorm if needed.
And Madam President, and that's why we have 55 of them budgeted for full-time, and then I think 3 part-time. It's at 0.4 compared to 1.0. So I'm kind of guessing that's a part-time.
President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, yes, there's a lot of staff in this budget, and partly when you think about staffing a facility this large with this many clients over a 24-hour period, that kind of scheduling is complex, and it takes a lot of staff to make sure that you have people that can go on vacation and when they get sick and all of those things. And so I believe that their staffing model is what's needed, and it's one of the reasons we had challenges before is because we didn't have enough funding for that, and I think heading home would speak to that. So I think that this is what Chicanos por la Causa needs to make sure that the clients are safe at Gateway West.
Thank you for that. Madam President, we're talking a lot about money and spending X amount of dollars and the $6 million here and a 3.5 there. I'm kind of curious on, and the data collection, which is great, but what is, where's the bar set for how we measure this as a successful program?
President Bassan, Councilor Champagne, I think that might vary based on the program that you're looking at and what the outcomes are that you're seeking. So when you look at the contract, you'll see all of the outcomes that we're looking for the provider to be reporting on, and we do that for all of our contracts. They all collect very robust data on a quarterly basis, so we can make sure that we're tracking those outcomes. For me, it's really about for emergency shelter, you're going to be seeing a different set of outcomes and a different measure of success than you would for a housing navigation program or a transitional living program. So I think it depends on which program you're asking about. But for Gateway West, in terms of success, I think for me, success is that people can go there, they can be safe there, they can stay the night and come back if they need to. And then the next step is, can they work with a dorm monitor or a case manager to be able to think through getting the things that they need to become stabilized, so medication, IDs, Medicaid, all of those sorts of things. And then the next step is thinking through how do we get them into housing navigation so they can move into permanent supportive housing. So I think it's something to think about that when you're coming into emergency shelter, you might need that initial stabilization before you move into long-term outcomes.
Okay. Thank you for the answer, because it's something that, Madam President, it's something that the CAO said that the goal was now with Gateway West is what we can do to help people and everyone who wants it. And that kind of spurred my last question of what do we do with the people that don't want it?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, everyone has civil rights and has the right to make the decision about whether or not they want to choose to go to shelter or not. And, that is, our city attorney would say, paramount in this process, and that we are ensuring people's rights to choose whether they want to come to shelter or not, and want to move into out of an emergency shelter into a navigation program or a treatment program.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
Councilors, the motion is for approval of EC 481. Madam Clerk?
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Champagne?
No.
Councilor Peoplecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Grau?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on a 7-1 vote.
Moving on to final actions, Councilor Baca, 091 with the floor substitute. It's your floor substitute. Councilor Baca, your microphone's not on. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Floor substitute is 091, floor substitute establishing the Preserving Albuquerque Through Critical Housing patch program to provide structural housing repairs to income qualified homeowners and preserve long-term housing stability. I move do pass.
Second. There's a motion and a second by Counselor Feeblecorn. Counselor Baca, how would you like to proceed? There is one amendment that I am aware of. Would you like to do that and then go to public comment?
Sure. I myself am not offering any amendments, so if you'd like to move those.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I will move floor amendment number 1, and we're going to put it up on the screen. On page 3, lines 3 through 18, strike B through G, and replace them with a new scope of repairs. And this, well, I'll move it first.
There's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second it.
Thank
Counselor
you.
Feeblecorn?
So this is just a follow-up from our conversation on the dais last time around the inclusion of energy efficiency and reduction of energy burden for folks. And so we just rewrote the scope to include actual energy efficiency measures rather than just the way it was, which just said energy efficiency materials. So this allows a little bit more leniency to reduce energy burden when we're going into homes to make repairs for them.
Counselors, any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes on an 8-0 vote.
Counselor Rogers, do you have an amendment?
Yes, Madam President, I do. I'd like to move floor amendment number 2, and it is beginning on page 5, line 3, amending 14-27-8 as follows. And we're just adding at the end of that the city shall follow all required procurement processes applicable to the type of funding used for the program, provided, however, that the initial procurement process results in only one response. The city shall review the specifications and repost the program request along with additional community outreach. And the reason for this is just because I worked very closely with HHH previously on the current program we already have. We're using HUD funding, and oftentimes I've been told, well, we've only gotten one response, so that's who we have to go with. And so I urge your support.
There is a motion. Is there a second? There's a second from Counselor Baca. Any questions or comments, counselors? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to verify that it does say initial, and so we're not setting ourselves up for recurring RFPs. We go out for an RFP. If there's only one, we go back out. At that time, if there's just one again, we would make an award. Is that the correct interpretation of the amendment? Everyone's shaking their head.
Counselor Rogers, do you want to go ahead and start with the answer?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And yes, that is correct. That is the intent, that on the initial request for proposal or whatever the procurement method is, if there are not more than one respondent, that it will back out on the initial round.
Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Rogers, do you have anything to close?
No close. I urge your support. Thank you.
The motion is for amendment number 2 to the floor substitute of 091. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grau?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Madam President, I just wanted to make sure my mic wasn't on. It was a yes, so I wanted to know there's a recording.
All right, thank you. So we are back on the floor substitute of 091. Counselor Baca, do you want to open with anything, or shall we go to public comment?
Public comment's fine, Madam
All right,
President.
Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam President. First up, we have Roger Valdez, followed by Julie Radoslavich.
Oh, Madam President, members of the council, I'm Roger Valdez with the Center for Housing Economics. We support this as another effort to preserve affordable housing that has remained affordable partially because of deferred maintenance. There's some ideas that we've seen here that, perhaps changing the AMI to 100%. There are many families that are at that level of income. A family of 4 is about $79,000. So a lot of those families are still struggling, and 80%, up to 100%, I think would be more inclusive. There should be no penalties for increases in AMI. That's something that we're concerned about, is that if someone gets a raise or increases their income, that there wouldn't be a consequence on that for participation in the program. It would be great to see rental housing included, because some people own rental housing and they're renting to people at 75 or 60% of AMI, and allowing them to make these improvements would preserve that rental housing, and so owner occupation wouldn't allow that. I'm concerned about the standards in the RFP in terms of the color of the money that comes in and the strings that are attached that can complicate and make these infeasible in terms of being able to get a contractor to do the work. And I think at point of sale, if the sale is to someone of comparable AMI, that should not require that they pay back what they've actually benefited from the program. But in general, this is the kind of thing that we would like to see more city dollars going to. Avoid the federal dollars. Those are a hassle and cost a lot of money. So if the city was to invest this, make it solely a city program, and eschew the federal dollars, I think you could make it go further and avoid a lot of the problems that you're going to run into with contractors being able to effectively and feasibly do this work. But we generally support the idea, and thank you.
Julie Radoslavich, followed by Tad Newminski.
President Basan and members of the Albuquerque City Council, my name is Julie Radoslavich, and I serve as the president of Pat Hurley Neighborhood Association, part of District 2, and I'm an at-large executive committee member of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations, better known as Wescona. And I'm speaking tonight on behalf and with the approval of both organizations. Pat Hurley is one of the oldest neighborhoods in our city. It was part of the village of Atrisco, a village founded in 1700, even before the founding of Albuquerque. Wescona represents a diversity of communities with a range of economic capacities, and we believe that every individual property improves the community. The entire community benefits when existing housing is stabilized and fixed. Pat Hurley Neighborhood Association and Wescona stand in support of O2591. As I mentioned before, we have a few suggestions for consideration. In reading the ordinance, we appreciate that a resident must remain in the home for 15 years, so it avoids flipping homes for a profit. But again, we ask you to consider including in the family transfer exemption a grandchild. According to Searchlight New Mexico, over 26,000 grandparents in New Mexico are raising 55,000 grandchildren. And again, I mentioned this during my public testimony at Finance and Government Operations Committee, but the current ordinance does not take into account grandchildren. And given our high rate of grandparents raising grandchildren, a grandchild should be included in the family transfer exemption. We also appreciate the reporting requirements. We would like to see safeguards to ensure that contractors are billing fairly and not taking advantage of vulnerable homeowners or of public money. One of our Wescona members also asked that I mention that the name patch refers to an emergency repair or a temporary repair until a proper repair can be made. Again, mere semantics, but thought we would raise it again for consideration. So thank you for considering multiple ways to keep our residents of Albuquerque housed, especially in some of our lower income neighborhoods.
Tad Newminski.
Would you give me overhead? Okay, my name is Ted Niemiecki, and here is not everything looks so just great, but in depth. You have to look at and think about qualification, which is fine. That's 1,000 people would qualify it, 80% and below. Now, lien and judgment up to 5%, excluding municipal forgiveness. Well, the duration for repairs, vacating, not exceed 75,000. Then 0% financing, 0% interest, deferred payments. 15 years there, the full amount shall be paid to the city. Well, who's gonna be contractor? Who's gonna make money? Oh, what should I have also 75,000? I can pretty much remodel whole house, or even build that small house. That's not that great deal. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Councilors, any questions or comments on 191? Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a slew of questions about this. The first, Madam President, which department is going to be running this program?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, I'm sorry, Councilor Champagne, I didn't hear the question.
Which department will be running this program?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I don't believe that this is set up to be required by a specific department. However, Health, Housing, and Homelessness Department currently runs all of our housing programs, including, and that is what is referenced in here.
Okay, and Madam President, are they equipped to handle this if this gets popular with staffing? Are they equipped with staffing enough to handle this program?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the program that we ran previously that is very, very similar to this, we did an RFP and had an outside provider do the work, run the program for us. So we would have that opportunity as well if we need or believe that that is the better way for us to ensure that the program is run at capacity.
Okay, Madam President, and this might be a legal question. Which type of lien is this going to be?
Council President, Council Champagne, I believe like there would be forgiveness for any municipal lien. Is that what you're asking?
No, we're going to be put in the third position on this if someone owns it. I'm assuming that's going to be a mortgage if somebody doesn't have it, own the house free and clear. But if it's a foreclosure, taxes go first, then mortgage, so that the city is now in a third position on this lien. So is that what we're looking for?
Councilor Bassan, Councilor Champagne, that is typically what the city does, yes. In order to ensure that people can get outside investments, the city does take a subsidiary lien, so.
Okay. And it does say, to make sure, Madam President, it says that there are no current liens. So I'm assuming this is excluding mortgage. Is that correct?
Council President and Councilor Champagne, I believe it's referring to liens and not to mortgages.
Not a mortgage. Okay. How is the program going to run with foreclosure? We're talking about a 15-year span, that if something happens that it is foreclosed on, again, like on my last question, and Madam President, it was taxes come first, then the mortgage if there isn't one, but if there's hardship on it and I've got to sell this, if I'm the recipient of this, that now the third lien comes in and now I've got to come up with the money to pay for this too. I mean, the target audience of this is obviously 80% below AMI, so now we're adding on more money onto a already affected party. So is that the idea? Have we thought about how the foreclosure process could go on this?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, in my uneducated about liens and foreclosures, I believe that page 4, line 7 speaks to property being sold or transferred, which foreclosure would, I think, qualify in that line. It talks to before the end of the loan term, the property owner shall be required to repay the city a prorated portion of the assistance received. So I'm assuming in that foreclosure process, we would attempt to recoup a portion of this loan.
Okay, so as we're trying to help people, if things get worse for them, we're going to then add more cost onto their thing. Understandable. out of curiosity, was the Realtors Association, Madam President, was the Realtors Association kind of included in this conversation of the construction of this bill, or to kind of get these details alleviated?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I'm not aware of that.
Good evening,
Madam
Ms.
President, I'm calling Ms. Dolan.
Good to see you.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I was not here when the bill was drafted, but it's my understanding from other staff that worked on it that there was no meetings or conversations with the Association of Realtors.
Okay, thank you for that. Madam President, in my reading of this, it's a great idea. How many households suffer from this issue that would constitute this program to be beefed up other than what HUD does right now with HomeWise?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the current program that was sort of a pilot that was done with the ARPA funding, Council approved that Councilor Pena sponsored, has served 60 households. When it has served 60 households
60?
with the 60. Before that program, before the city even went out to RFP for the administrator of that program, we had a waiting list. The local media covered it when the city council passed that funding, and the HHH department started getting phone calls right away. And so they started making a list. They haven't finished even that waiting list that occurred from this last round of funding. And we've already started, including myself personally, getting phone calls from members of the public about this bill and about the program. So we don't have exact numbers as to the need, but we know there is a demand out there for it.
And Madam President, then the 60 households that have been affected, what time span are we talking? How many years?
Madam
just
President,
a 1 year?
Councilor Champagne, this is since mid-2023 are the households that have been served. And just to clarify, 29 have been served to date, and the rest of those are in progress.
Okay. Madam President, the holdup is the lack of funding?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we don't have funding to serve any more than the 60 households that are already in the program, 29 that have been completed, and then the rest that are in progress. After that, the ARPA funding will have been depleted, and the city will need to look for other funding sources.
Okay. Madam President, it's one thing that was blaring, and that we brought that up as it goes through the questions, but where is the funding going to come from?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, there are a variety of sources that the city can look to seek funding, including the state, private foundations that offer grants for this type of work, and federal funding could also be sought from a variety of federal funding sources.
And as far as those, Madam President, those avenues of funding, have we reached out to them to say, hey, we're going to start this program, can you give us some money?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we have not applied for any funding as the program has not been established. We have received funding in the past, both the ARPA funding and prior to that, under different iterations of the program, federal funding. But having an established program that's been codified, we believe will help going forward in securing those funds and being successful with those requests.
Okay. Madam President, just a couple more questions. I'm kind of curious about how this works. Is the recipient of this going to receive a 1099 once it's finished?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the money does not go directly to the homeowner. The funding goes to the whatever organization or company that wins the RFP process, whoever the contract is awarded to. The funding goes to that entity, who then uses it to complete the work. So I'm not sure what the process, I don't think I can speak to the process of 1099s that the city would issue to anybody we contract with. I don't know if there's someone from...
Madam President, based on that, okay, so if this program, if I put in for this and I'm awarded it as the homeowner, the money obviously it's not funneled through me, but I'm awarded the program and it's funneled to the contractor, that an RFP process for each individual
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, so I'll use the current program as an example, although to be clear, that's not exactly what this is. So the city would issue an RFP for a provider to administer the program. And once that provider is under contract, the funding would go to the provider. They conduct inspections, they come up with the cost estimates for the list, they pay the contractors. So none of the money goes directly to the homeowner. It goes through our administrative contractor who then oversees the project.
Madam President, so the homeowner any improvements isn't going to be seen as unearned income being invested into their property that they completely own and receive the equity if there is a sale or any type of deal like that, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, no, it is not income to the homeowner. It constitutes a forgivable loan, and that's where the lien comes in, but it's not income to the homeowner.
Okay, and Madam President, if by chance it's then goes into default and the remaining stuff, say if there's $50,000 left on it, the homeowner is responsible for that $50,000.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
Madam President, if I can, okay, so if I put in for this and I'm awarded it, and the stipulation is I get $75,000 to repair a roof, electrical, plumbing, all the things that I need, and in 6 years from now, I have to sell the house, or I have to move, or something happens, that I'm responsible for a prorated amount, and say that prorated amount is $50,000, then even though as the homeowner, I never received the money, it went through a third party, I'm responsible to pay that third party back then? The $50,000 that's prorated after
Madam
halfway through a
President,
contract?
Councilor Champagne, thank you for the clarification. No, the money would be repaid to the city, not to the administrator of the program. And it would be a prorated amount. Previous iterations of this program did not allow for the proration, so if somebody had to sell the house or otherwise transfer the title of the house prior to the end of the loan term or the affordability period, they had to pay the full amount back to the city. So this proposal would allow for consideration of the amount of term of the loan where they have fulfilled the affordability requirement of home owner occupied.
Okay. Madam President, is there any prerequisite to applying? If I'm 5 months behind in my mortgage payment, or I don't have homeowner's insurance, or my debt to income ratio is at 80%, is there any stipulation of that?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, it is not within the ordinance, but based on previous iterations of this program, the intent of the department would be to, yes, have policies and procedures. And previously, when it was done through a loan program, the current one, just to be clear, is a grant program. Previous iterations of the loan program, there were requirements with respect to being current on mortgage payments, current on property taxes, et cetera. So those would be sort of internal operating procedures, for lack of a better term, internal guidelines or requirements that the city would use to qualify people for the program.
Okay, Madam President, but those are not in the ordinance. That would be more of a policies and procedures of the HHH if you ran it, or if it's RFP'd out to another company, then their policies and procedures?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, whoever, if it's RFP'd and we have a contractor that administers the program, they would be required to follow the city's policies and procedures. Different funding sources also have different requirements. Okay. So the intent in the ordinance itself was to not be overly prescriptive, to allow that flexibility, and the city will have its own established procedures and requirements for the program. But if that allows us the flexibility, if a funding source has requirements that conflict, we have that flexibility.
So, Madam President, so there are not currently a policies and procedures of criteria, or is there, of a credit check or a DTI check?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, there is not. This would be a new program, and rules would need to be created for this. And there was previous iterations of this. I'm sure that would inform some of the requirements that the department would want to include. There's not current requirements because the current program is a grant program.
Okay, and we don't, Madam President, we don't have these written into this ordinance then, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, no.
Madam President, Councilor, there is eligibility criteria on page 2, just to be clear. So I just want to make sure that that is written into the ordinance related to the AMI, the ownership, and liens and judgments. So that is in here, but any kind of program, additional program requirements, we have not written them in based upon the fact that there will be oftentimes, as Diane indicated, restrictions related to funding sources.
Madam President, so we left that out with the ability to adjust it as we find funding, whether it's a grant or from this council, we can adjust it on a case-by-case basis or a bulk of money basis? Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a couple questions also. Can you explain the difference between this program and what we're currently doing with our HUD, the program we're already running in our HUD action plan with using CDBG dollars?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, are you referring to the home rehab program that we're using the ARPA funds for, or are you referring to the home ownership program in the housing action plan?
Thank you, Madam President. I was one of the sponsors of the current HUD action plan, and we had wrote into that $1 million of funding for a home renovation program that would go to a particular provider, kind of building off of the program we started with the ARPA funding. So my question is, how is this different than that?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, we have waiting in the wings Monica Montoya, who is, I think, she is. I think she's better qualified to respond to the details of the HUD action plan. Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Montoya.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, the CDBG funding that was awarded to HomeWise was for a homeowner mortgage reduction program. There was no funding allocated for a rehab program in this current action plan.
Okay, I'll have to go back and I remember that specifically because of the provider, so I'll go back and double check that. Thank you, Monica, but the question, so what's going to be different between let's say the ARPA program? What's going to be the difference between the ARPA program and this program?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, the main difference would be that the ARPA program is set up as a grant program, and this program is set up as a forgivable loan program.
Thank you. So why did we choose a forgivable loan program if we don't know the source of the funding? Rather than we get a grant that's with free money, why would we allow someone to do that in a forgivable loan if it's a grant?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, again, I was not here when it was drafted, so I'm going to see if one of my colleagues has a response for that.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
Sure. I'm just wondering what the differences are between the patch program and the other program that HHH ran for home renovations, regardless of where the funding came from. What's the difference between this patch program and the current program we were running that helped 29 people?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, I think that for that portion, it is the forgivable loan versus the grant. And Monica, do you know why we chose in this iteration a forgivable loan versus a grant?
No. I'm sorry, Madam President, Councilor Rogers. I did not draft this ordinance, so I'm not sure why it was chosen to be a forgivable loan instead of a grant.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. A couple more follow-up questions. We do actually, in fact, have data to answer Councilor Champagne's question. I was working really closely with Lisa Huval at the time and HH8, or Family and Community at the time, on the original program. And we actually got data from Urban Institute. There were more than 15,000 households in Albuquerque that needed serious home repairs to families who could not afford them for lots of different reasons. Either the homeowner's insurance denied them, they didn't qualify for traditional loans to do that, being their low income status. And so for me, it's not a good thing to have it be a forgivable loan for all of the reasons that I just mentioned, that it will inadvertently put families in positions, especially because we're not actually specifying what the requirements are for the provider. Because we know from the previous program, the provider put different requirements and eligibility requirements of what the city contract had. And so for me, I would need to see that expressly in here, what can say people are eligible to receive this funding to help their families or not, that they cannot go above what's in our ordinance. Nothing here says that. And then I think the other thing for me in this is really this isn't going to help anybody because there's no funding attached. This is like this is a nice to do and a nice to say. We want to help families, but there's no money attached to this. Worry about this program's success. And also I don't see any provisions in here that require that the provider also make sure that they get permits. They're pulling permits. We know from the previous program, some of the contractors weren't pulling adequate permits for the homework they were doing on family homes, which causes a whole bunch of other issues later on down the line. So this one's hard for me. I want to help families, but I also am just not seeing the safeguards that will actually families who are actually utilizing this. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple questions and then a little information on forgivable loan versus grant. So I don't know if perhaps Ms. Dolan can answer these questions, Madam President, but there was a lot of questions around, like, are there enough people in our community who need this program? And I just wonder, do you know the average age of our housing stock in Albuquerque?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I do not.
I do, Madam President. It is 44 years. And so the average home in our community is 44 years old. By the time a home is 44 years old, it is in desperate need of repairs. I can now obviously go out and do those repairs. I am privileged enough to do that. We do have a large number of people in our community that cannot afford those repairs. Ms. Dolan, do you know the percentage of folks in our community who are at 80% or less AMI?
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I do not have that information available right now.
I do have that, so, okay, it's 25%. So again, a quarter of the people who live in Albuquerque are at 80% AMI or less. That makes it almost impossible to ever save up the amount of money that's needed to provide these kinds of structural repairs to a house that is, on average, 44 years old. And so I think the idea that we don't know if there's enough demand, I think what we know is that there's going to be more demand than we can ever supply. And so I just wanted to make that point. I also think that we missed a point here in that when we do these types of structural repairs, particularly roof improvements, energy efficiency improvements, we are not just doing these repairs for these homes. The value of these homes then go up. And so if you do have to sell your home before the 15 years is up, you are going to make more money on your home. And that money can then be used to pay back what is required if you do have to move out before the 15-year time frame that is spelled out in this bill. And then I just wanted to make a real quick comment, Madam President, around the forgivable loan versus grants. I think this has more to do with the source of funding. In the city or in the state of New Mexico, we have an anti-donation clause that is pretty clear around you can use funding for affordable housing, but we have to prove that the affordable housing is going to remain affordable housing. And so that's why we have this 15-year limitation or requirement built into the loan program. If it was with a grant, it would be a very difficult thing to claw back. If we just give a grant to someone to upgrade their home and they want to sell it 2 years from now, how would we ever claw back? But because it's a forgivable loan, that allows us to get some of those funds back. And I will point out that the money that comes back for those few situations where people do move out and have to sell early, that those funds go back into a revolving loan program to provide these kinds of repairs for more people. And so I just wanted to make those points. I, of course, will be supporting this bill. I think that we have a housing crisis that we always talk about, and one of the things that we forget a lot is that we have a lot of folks living in substandard housing, and they cannot make these repairs without our help. Thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, just to add, I mean, when we received the ARPA money, part of the reason, I think what we did was we carved out some of the affordable housing money to be able to do this. I think it was like $1 million, maybe it was just a flat $1 million. But so what we're trying to do here today, and you know, I'd like to ask Councilor Baca if I could add my name to it, since it was part of the program that we had established initially, is that one of the reasons that I had wanted to do that is very similar to some of the arguments that Councilor Feeblehorn is making, is that we have a program here to where we condemn some houses because they're in disrepair, and then we end up knocking houses down. But it's sometimes often some of the more poor people in the community that don't really have the resources to fix those things. So for me, this was a way to kind of create a pilot program to be able to address some of those needs so that we can help people to remain in their home. When we're talking about affordable housing and the need to have additional affordable housing, we need to figure out a way how to keep people in their house. And so we did it as a pilot program. There was some of the ARPA money, and we did it as a pilot program. And yes, it's very expensive to operate these programs. I know I wish that $1 million could have helped more, but we were really figuring out and establishing the program. And I think, you know, I had asked them from HomeWise at the last meeting to provide us with some information about who they served. And I appreciate that. I don't see Mr. Wall here, but I really appreciate that because it really says that it's really going to the reasons that we had hoped that it would go to. Now, what we're doing here today is, I think Councilor Rogers said it, is there's no money associated with it, but by codifying it, we have a program in place that we can look for and seek additional funding to be able to do this, to be able to help families throughout the city of Albuquerque. So I'll just stop there, and I'd like, Madam President, if you know, Councilor Baca is amenable, I'd like to add my name to the, thank you.
Councilor Baca, are you okay with that? For the record, he said yes. Okay. Councilor Grout.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam President. I had a lot of the same questions that Councilor Champagne had, and a lot of the questions that Councilor Rogers had as well. So thank you for asking all of those. How much in ARPA funds did we have in this program?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, the total amount of funding, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to do some quick math, was about $3.3 million.
Okay, 3.3 million, and it served 60 homes, and we've completed 29 projects.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, the 3.3 total has not all been spent. We've completed 29 to date, and we will complete a total of 60 with that funding before it's all expended.
Madam President, what is the average of the amount that is spent on each of those homes?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, approximately $40,000.
What is the approximate percentage going to the administrators of this program?
Oh, that's for the total amount. Madam President, Councilor Grout, the total amount of that $300,000, I'm sorry, 3.3 million that is going to the administrative cost is $311,000.
Okay. Who decides which neighborhoods are underserved and how?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, the current program is not identifying households based on underserved neighborhoods. It is based on whether or not the household meets the definition of at or below 80% AMI.
Okay, Madam President, in this new program that is being proposed, will it be the same or is it underserved?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, as the ordinance is written, it is 80% AMI is the requirement. The original bill did have language related to the social vulnerability index that was removed in an earlier committee sub with the intent of maximum flexibility and being least prescriptive.
Very good. I know I've been going throughout my neighborhood and neighborhoods and in my district, and I can see a lot of need and so I'm hoping, yes, homes are very old. My home's over 40 years old too, so I do see that there's lots of needs, and I can see that there's a need for this program. I think it's a great idea. There are still a lot of questions about it, so I hope that all of those questions are answered, and it is a program that is well received. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Grant, if I may, I do have a map. We provided a report earlier that had sort of a static map of where those 60 homes are in the city, but I did create one that, if you're interested, I could enlarge for you. I do have my laptop with me tonight if you'd like to see it, or if subsequently you'd like to see it, but it shows it is a pretty wide distribution of where those 60 homes are in the city of Albuquerque. And Councilor Grout, I believe there were a few in yours.
Thank you. If you sent it over, I think that'll be fine. Thank you. Councilor Grout, any more questions? Madam CAO.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to just speak a little bit to the question, Councilor Rogers, about the forgivable loan versus a grant program. In general, I think that HUD and CDBG funds that are typically allocated to this type of program, oftentimes they align around programs that have forgivable loan criteria. So I think that was part of the logic that was incorporated in this. And then I think it additionally relates to what Councilor Fablecorn spoke to, but I just wanted to get really specific, which is with a forgivable loan, it's much easier for us to build in the program, obviously, for accountability. With it being a lien that we can recoup on, oftentimes it's harder when it's a grant to have those enforceable hooks, and creates a lot of the questions about anti-donation in New Mexico. And based upon kind of general standards, that forgivable loan is a way for us to have a mechanism so that if someone does fail at meeting those requirements based upon whatever conditions it may be, for example, someone deciding to flip the home and that doesn't meet our requirement, those funds can go back to the program and generate for the next opportunity, which is what the forgivable loan typically would provide for us.
Thank you for the clarification. I just want to add, I'm in agreement with a lot of this in theory, and I guess to me that's what a lot of this is right now it's theory. There's a lot of planning, which I'm very thankful that we're trying to be proactive about planning, but it's always been my understanding that an ordinance has a funding source appropriated with it. And so to me, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this might be the first time, and I could be wrong. I don't know if any of you have another example of us passing an ordinance without funding connected to it. I feel like it should be a resolution that has the plan connected to it. I think there were a lot of questions tonight. There was actually a lot of answers, but there was a ton of I don't knows as well. I don't feel comfortable passing an ordinance without funding just to say, it feels good and we're gonna try to get ahead of it. Counselor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I have to reiterate what you said. There was a lot of questions and not a lot of answers. We have people here that were advised they're going to be the administrators, and they weren't a part of the writing of it. They admittingly said that I wasn't here when this was written up. Again, this doesn't take away from the fact that there are people out there that do need help, that do have these problems. You talk about, Councilor Feeblecorn is saying that, you know, the average home is 44 years old, but, and I know this from experience, when you sell a home, if the roof is in disrepair, that's part of the sale. Either the roof is fixed or the homeowner goes into that process knowing that the roof needs to be repaired and the price of the house is adjusted based on the bad roof. I've been there several times. The average mortgage is 30 years. If our average home in preventative maintenance, or as we say, the average home is 44 years old, then the mortgage has been done for 24 years if they are the original owners. A roof's average life is 20 years, not 44 years, so the structure is looking at a second roof and possibly a third roof, so if that's one of the major deals, because I just purchased one for $20,000 myself, well, $18,900. The point being is that we have questions. Even this last deal of saying there was $3.3 million to 60 homes equals an average of 55, we're giving out 40, that's 2.4 million. There's a difference right there of 900,000. That 300 went to the administrator, so there's 600,000 that's somewhere else. Again, like the council president said, there's a lot of things, but maybe it should be a resolution, but I can't see supporting it for a good-hearted feeling notion without money going toward it and more answers to the questions.
Counselor Baca to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple quick things. One, grandkids were included. Great ideas, Mr. Valdez. Keep those in mind for the future. Urge your support.
The motion is for 091 as amended. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
No.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
No.
It passes on a 5-3 vote.
Moving on to R188, Councilors Rogers, Feeblecorn, Pena, and Grout. Any of you? Please.
Madam President, this is R188, authorizing the acceptance of funds from the state of New Mexico and appropriating funds for specific homeless services programs and facility improvements into a specific affordable housing project. I move it do pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second by Councilor Grout. Councilors to open? Or shall we go to public comment?
Public comment, please, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Anne Marie Johnston, followed by Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick.
Good evening, Madam President, council members. My name is Anne Marie Johnston. I'm the Senior Director of Shelters and Outreach for Community Bridges. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to take a moment to remind you how important the Men's Navigation Center is in Albuquerque's efforts to addressing homelessness. The reality is that many of the individuals experiencing homelessness in our city are men who are living without stability, without a safe place to go, and without access to the supports that can help them rebuild their lives. The Men's Navigation Center is designed to meet those needs. It's not just a shelter, it is about creating a pathway forward. This program will provide men with stability, connection to critical resources, and a chance to work toward long-term housing solutions, whether that's housing, employment, treatment, or supportive services. By investing in the Men's Navigation Center, we are investing in the safety and well-being of our community as a whole. Homelessness is a complex challenge and there's no one-size-fits-all solution. But this program represents a key piece of the continuum of care. It will reduce the strain on emergency systems, improve public safety, and most importantly, give people the dignity and support they need to succeed. I strongly encourage you to continue to prioritize and support this program because it will make a measurable difference, not only in the lives of those it serves, but in the health of our entire city. Thank you.
Adeo Rose Bennett Herrick, followed by Jack Siamu.
I really like what Anne Marie had to say. I really, yeah, I'm happy that our city is taking steps and taking care. One person told me that the water at the Gateway Men's is not quite up to snuff. They had a bit of trouble trying to get a water bottle. So I want that to be known, and I want our people to be taken care of. Thanks, y'all.
Jack Siamu, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the council. My name is Jack Siamu, and I am a vice president for YDI. I'm here in support of, on behalf of YDI, in support of 188 to help support the young adult shelter and also the other vital services that is proposed on this action tonight. So we hope that this council will support this measure wholeheartedly because our young adults are counting on this shelter that's going to be hopefully starting on January 1st. Thank you.
Tad Niemitzki.
Would you give me your overhead, please? Thank you. This ordinance is in value $110 million. That's only one source. Another source, I'm gonna name it also over 100,000. That's from a lawsuit, marijuana. Whatever this lawsuit be. So how much total is it for those programs? And we know right here almost $500,000. So let's do that math. How much city taxpayer spending altogether? City, my question is very simple. Do I have to get court order and ask city to subpoena how many people some kind support and what's the cost of those programs? Thank you. Do I have to take a court order? Probably I will. Thank you.
Madam President, our Zoom speaker is not present at this time, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors to open.
Madam President, I'm just making sure that Councilor Rogers didn't want to open. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So again, we've talked about this quite a few times, but these are almost $22 million coming from the state to provide us with funding for our youth shelter that will be opening. I just heard January 1st. We had been told February. We're going to go with January 1st. That sounds very exciting. Also to fund the Gateway Center, and also for an affordable housing project. So these are funds that were dedicated to the city and county during the legislative process. Then there was a line item veto, but the governor did ensure that they stayed in play for the city and county. And so I'm just really thrilled that we're getting 22 million, the county's getting a large amount. We're gonna see a lot of affordable housing projects moving forward before June 30th of next year. And so I think it's a really exciting opportunity, and we're really thankful to the state of New Mexico and all of our legislators for finding these funds and making sure they got to us.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. The comments in this say that there's going to be 5 million committed toward acquiring Jupiter Flats. Do we know what the total cost of this property is?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, my understanding is the purchase cost is 22.8 million or 22.3 million. And the 5 million is going towards that.
Thank you. Madam President, it's supposed to be expected completion fall of 2025. Is that still on track?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we do believe we are on track. It is a privately developed project with our acquisition being at completion of their work, of their conversion from a motel to a hotel to housing. And we will come, for the revenue bond that we will need to issue, will be coming to council to do so.
And Madam President, do we have a breakdown of what the cost is? I mean, what's going to cost us, the taxpayers, 22.8 million, but is the property sold for that, and including the construction costs, and what's the profit margin that's equated into that purchase price?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I don't believe we have that answer related to profit margin. We can get you the financials we have and provide additional information.
Thank you, Madam CEO. Last question, Madam President. Advises the property will be acquired September of this year. I take it it's not, since we're halfway through.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we are working towards a purchase agreement, and we are doing our inspections and all of the steps that we would do in any situation. So we're following all of our regular steps to ensure that we are making progress and able to send down with the right timing that revenue bond documentation.
Thank you, Madam President.
And I'm sorry, if you all are interested in the revenue bond portion, Mr. Muirhead has stayed for the meeting to be able to answer those questions as well.
No, thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Councilors to close.
Madam President, I think we are at the point where we know that we need the gateway system to be up and running. We have the system, and it is time for it to start operating at its full potential. We also need the Young Adult Housing Navigation Center to be up and running on some early time next year, and we need affordable housing. And this funding that's provided by the state gives us all three of those things. Urge your support.
Madam Clerk, the motion is for a due pass of R-188.
Councilor Baca?
Yes.
Councilor Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Peoplecourt?
Yes.
Councilor Grau?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Rogers, RA 6.
Thank you, Madam President. RA 25-6 is amending Article 3, Section 4C, the City Council Rules of Procedure regarding proclamations and presentations. And I move a due pass.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Baca. Councilor Rogers, did you want to go ahead and move your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move amendment number 1. And this is just clarifying a little bit more of my intent for this change. Starting on page 2, line 2, after city, we want to insert the following: and reconciliation process. And really, again, this is just to match the intent that will give the team the proper time once they receive the transmission from the state, the Treasury Department. Then our internal team will have time to actually analyze that and bring a presentation to council that we can ask specific questions too. And so I think this will be just a much better process for us moving forward. I urge support.
Counselors, there's a motion for amendment number 1. Is there a second? Second from Counselor Grout. Any questions? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peoplecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
We're back on Rules Amendment 6 as amended. Counselors, any questions or comments? Counselor Rogers to close.
Madam President, I urge your support.
All right, Madam Clerk. RA 6 as amended.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Peoplecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Moving on to R179, Counselor Grout.
Madam President, thank you. R179 is establishing a continuing sobriety housing voucher pilot program for individuals experiencing homelessness, directing the Department of Health, Housing, and Homelessness to develop a plan to implement a pilot program and report on outcomes. I move a new pass.
There's a motion and a second from Counselor Champagne. Counselor Grout to open.
Thank you. Madam President, this bill directs Triple H to develop a plan for continuing sobriety for a housing voucher pilot program. You know, we have lots of different vouchers, but we don't have any for sobriety. There are a lot of people that come out of treatment, out of detox, and they have nowhere to go, and we need to give them more of an opportunity to be successful. We need to come around them with a high level of care, case management. This is a program where they would self-ask to be in it, and my goal is to help these people become independent. Coming out of treatment, they may not have a place to live, but they need to find a job. But if we can give them stable housing, they can continue on their sobriety journey while also looking for a new job, finding permanent housing, and this just gives them an opportunity. And then by doing this, we will also ask the provider to have data, collect data to see the success of this program, or maybe not successful program. But if it is successful, we can see how we can improve or expand it into other areas. The thing that I see, we have spent $8 million on permanent supportive housing dollars from the general fund. And while I'm glad that we are able to support those 596 families, I don't know that that's sustainable in the long run, and we can't help other people. And I want to see options where we are helping people transition from vouchers so that we can get those folks on their own, or more so on their own, and then we can bring others into the fold and help them. So that is my goal. It is also, we are giving Triple H, directing them to have a wide latitude so that they can create this program. We're asking that they come back to council in 60 days with their plan, and then how much it's going to cost, and then we as council will find the money to help that. This would be, the opioid money would actually work within this realm, but that's just one option. Anyway, that's what I'm looking at.
Let's go to public comment, and then we'll go to questions from the council.
Thank you, Madam President. Anami Das, followed by James Shanley.
Hi, y'all. Madam President, councilors, please use federal funds for this and don't touch the opioid settlement money. If you're going to do this, which I also don't recommend, but like whatever, use federal money because feds already have the requirement of sobriety, and we don't need to be wasting our money on something that they would pay for. Something else. There was something in the first whereas statement that highlighted the importance of evidence-based practices. And then in section either 1 or 2, it lists Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous. Those are not evidence-based, those are faith-based. They can be effective for certain people, but they are not evidence-based. I suggest any kind of SMART, all caps, SMART program. And also I think, this is more broad, it's a bad idea to establish a barrier where there doesn't need to be one. I understand that people are, these would only be people requesting sober living situations, but I think it's important for them and everyone to remember that recovery is not a straight line. Relapse is a part of it for 85% of people who are in recovery. Relapse in the first year, and I don't think they should become homeless for it. That's all I can remember. Thanks, y'all.
James Shanley, followed by Roger Valdez.
Madam President, councilors, I wish to commend Councilor Grout for crafting this resolution and designing a more empirical approach to assessing one of the core elements of Albuquerque's current homelessness crisis and the essential need for transition. I infer from this measure a growing awareness on your part that we have an emergency. Certainly, my recent doorstep conversations with residents of my District 7 tells me unequivocally that they see we have an emergency. I would like to offer the following as potential amendments to make this resolution more reflective of that sense of emergency. First, since there has undoubtedly been dialogue with HHH about the design and implementation of this pilot program, please require from them the CSV program plan via resolution to City Council within 30, not 60 days after passage of this resolution. Second, having experienced myself with a family member the challenge of addiction recovery and that episodic relapse does not necessarily doom recovery, I urge you to make some provision for adjudication of relapse events so they do not automatically boot people out of the program. And third, since expansion of this program, if successful, could contribute significantly toward the goal of ending the emergency, please set the evaluation and reporting deadline at 60, not 90 days from conclusion of the pilot program. Thank you for your consideration.
Roger Valdez, followed by James Freeman.
Madam President, councilors, Roger Valdez with the Center for Housing Economics, we support this concept. Harm reduction is an important intervention tool, and meeting people where they are in their recovery is central to achieving that recovery. And often people have to choose their own recovery goals, and those look different for every individual. However, when it comes to choosing sobriety and that path, we do find that many people seeking recovery are having a challenge finding sustainable housing as they make that trip. And these relationships are important because loss of housing can lead to relapse, just like relapse can lead to loss of housing. So we really are looking forward to this program and its design. We are going to be getting approved on Wednesday for $500,000 in capital outlay to convert a medical dental clinic that the county currently owns into a 5-bed transitional housing facility. And we're looking forward to beginning that work. It's 133 Virginia, the International District. And we're looking forward to working with an operator that could use this voucher, and that could be central to the success of that program. So we're hopeful to work with you in designing this as we design the facility and the program. And so would look forward to working with you on this as we make those renovations and bring that facility online, we hope, next year sometime. So thank you very much.
James Freeman.
Good evening again, y'all. I support this pilot program, absolutely. But when it comes to housing vouchers, I'm an all of the above kind of guy. I think we need to greatly expand all the vouchers, significantly increase the funding for all the vouchers. And I would challenge y'all, often some of you talk about ACS getting a bucket of vouchers. Let's make a pilot program for that. You know, we all talk about the amount of funding that ACS has received, and now it's 17 distinct programs. You know, let them have some vouchers and give it a try. Let's try everything. Let's try everything we possibly can to improve homeless outcomes. You know, as somebody that benefited myself from a housing voucher, I lived in Albuquerque in 2017 and 2018 on a housing voucher. That changed my life. We can change so many people's lives with the housing voucher. Nothing else even comes close. I also agree with Mr. Shanley's amendments. I think shortening some of those timeframes make a lot of sense. And I also want to agree that relapse is part of the recovery process. The idea that we're going to be testing people every week or every month, and if they screw up, if they slip up one time, then we're going to kick them out of their house. That's really troubling. And so I definitely don't want to cause a situation like that. But also, at the end of the one-year program, we can't say these 25 people are now homeless. You know, we would also have to find a way to extend it, especially if it proves to be evidence-based and successful. You know, we definitely want to keep them housed. And so I hope those considerations reach you. But again, housing vouchers are the most important way, the most effective way to improve homelessness in Albuquerque. I stand by that. Thank you.
Madam President, our lone Zoom speaker is not located in Zoom, so that concludes comment. Thank you.
Councilors, we're on R179. Any questions or comments? Councilor Peebles-Corn.
Thank you, Madam President. A couple of questions. I think these are for the administration. So I noticed that we were saying HHH go out and make this plan. Is HHH on board for this, and does the administration support this?
Madam President, Councilor Peebles-Corn, I think that Councilor Grout spoke with HHH, so I will have Ellen Braden speak to that.
Madam President, Councilor Peebles-Corn, while I personally have not spoken with Councilor Grout about it, HHH is willing and prepared to create a program and bring that to council.
That's great news. Thank you. And are the existing vouchers that we have not available for folks who are newly sober?
Madam President, Councilor Peebles-Corn, the current vouchers do not exclude people who are in recovery.
Okay. And I guess my biggest concern is just, I feel like perhaps we didn't learn from Bernalillo County. They had a lot of money put into a tiny home village that had these types of requirements of you can come here, but you mess up once and you're out. And they didn't have people move in. And so what can be done for this program to learn from what Bernalillo County went through and make it actually usable for folks?
Madam President and Councilor Peebles-Corn, I think you heard earlier in some public comment about the potential for relapse when people are on a path to recovery, and the utilization of drug testing as a therapeutic tool is how I think that we're going to craft the program before we present it to you. So it's not unheard of to use drug testing and to use markers in recovery, but therapeutically, not punitively.
Thank you, Madam President. So you're saying that there's a way to design this program where we test folks regularly, but we're not going to unhouse anyone if they have relapsed?
Madam President, Councilor Peebles-Corn, that is my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. That would be my recommendation as well. Thank you very much. And then my last question, Madam President, is just, and this might be actually for the sponsor, we have a set amount of housing voucher dollars. I think everybody recalls that I wanted a lot more. Would we be getting additional funds for this, or would we be splitting up the existing amount of housing voucher dollars that we already have?
Counselor
Madam President, thank you for the question. We will not take any dollars away from the existing programs that we have right now. We are instructing Triple H to design a program, wide latitude with all of those questions. The idea is if we want them to be the people that are using these specific ones, we want them to have success. We want every opportunity for them to be successful. If they fail, we're not going to kick them out. There are other housing vouchers available for them, but we will, through more cheerleading for them, just being there more. It's a high level of, and it's only a few people, and they're really wanting to. Their sobriety means the world to them, but we all need a team behind us to be successful, and so what I'm hoping they will come up with a good program that will help the people that are in the program be successful, this program to be successful, and the data will show us in the end. We've also worked with, I've also reached out to the Apartment Association, and they are excited about this program. I think that sometimes we hear there are landlords that are afraid to take vouchers because let's be real. Sometimes they can be rough on the apartment themselves. And they're excited about taking these vouchers. I also know I've had several people reach out to us and who live in an apartment area, an apartment village, and some of their neighbors receive vouchers, and then their friends come with their bad habits. And so they're excited to have new neighbors that don't have those bad habits. And hopefully it will, make it so that we can find some more housing for some of these people, and we'll expand on it. And we'll see if it works. I'm hopeful. But we're giving Triple H we're not telling them what to do. They're going to figure it out. We're giving them just the idea, and then they're going to develop the plan, and then they're going to bring it back to us. And if they brought it back to us in 30 days, that would be cool. But I know that I've learned that government is a little bit slow, and so that's why we chose 60 days and 90 days to give you time, because we want it to be successful. We want you to think of all of the possibilities and all of what ifs and all of that.
Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam President. I am very happy to hear that we're not diluting the existing small amount of money that we have for housing vouchers. So I guess, I'm fine with kind of what we heard from the speakers, right? Let's try all the things. I do feel very uncomfortable setting up something that in this ordinance, at least, the way it's, or this resolution, the way it's written, says that if you relapse, you're not in the program anymore. And so I do really strongly encourage HHH to think through what that can mean. I like the approach that Ms. Braden was saying, because I do feel very uncomfortable setting standards for people to receive assistance that are higher than the standards by which I live. So, thank you.
Councilor Rogers.
Madam President, I just stepped for what the commentary said about, HHH, has had a lot of funding to come up with how we administer all of our voucher programs, and the work that Councilor Grout and I are doing in the work, in the work group around vouchers. I personally don't think that, adding another one to that until we figure out our processes on our current ones is really prudent for us. I also agree. I think we're going to come up with, having departments come up with a plan. Let's let ACS also put in a plan. Let's have HHH put together a plan. Let's have ACS put together a plan. Bring it back to council, and we decide which plan is better and which one we want to fund. Because continue to put all our eggs on this basket for vouchers isn't working. It's just not working. And so also this body continues to vote down any chances I've had of putting a plan together to come up with an idea. Has continuing to be like, this body doesn't want us to plan and come back with I'm just interested in why now? I've personally tried to come up with some plans that didn't get support from this council. And so I just think personally we need to get handle on current vouchers that we already have a stewardship over, and let's let some other departments compete for this money too. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other questions or comments, councilors? Councilor Grout to close.
Thank you. I have just two things to say. Miss Abby Stiles, could you clarify HUD requirements for sobriety?
Ms. Stiles?
Council Chair and Councilor Grout, those may have changed recently, and I think that I would need to get back to you on that to be sure. HUD had been using a housing first model for the most part previously, but I'm not sure if there have been changes with the recent administration, so I would have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Madam President, the last that we had heard, they don't have such requirements for sobriety. And then I wanted to also mention that literally nowhere in this resolution does it say we're going to kick the people out if they relapse. We're leaving it up to HHH to come up with successful models for them and to help them out. So let's give it a shot. 25 vouchers. I think let's give it a shot.
Seeing that as the close, the motion is for a due pass of R179. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fielkorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Vice President Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
President Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilors, there is nothing under other business. Who has questions for the administration? Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. I have one question. We had someone reach out to us. The mayor had announced a moratorium on road construction projects during the State Fair and Balloon Fiesta. But there were lanes closed on San Mateo for fiber optic cable installation on San Mateo last week. So why are we still closing the lanes? Mr. Montoya.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I'm going to read into the record a response from Director Turner.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Sounds good.
The constituent correctly notes the existence of the moratorium. However, in certain situations, we grant limited exceptions for safety reasons. The only contractor permitted to work on San Mateo from Central to I-25 last week was ARE Telecommunications on behalf of Vexus Fiber. They were originally permitted to work at various locations on San Mateo, Osuna, and Academy. They were supposed to be off of San Mateo last month. The original start date was 7/22/25, and their original completion date was mid-August. Due to some unforeseen circumstances related to utility conflicts, the contractor had to extend their permit through 9/30/25. If we had not permitted them to finish the work, they would have left open trenches, excavation sites on San Mateo, extremely unsafe conditions. In addition, the work site is almost 5 miles north of the fairgrounds, which allowed us to consider the exceptions to the moratorium.
Madam President, thank you. I appreciate that clarification, and I sure wouldn't want any holes and anybody falling into holes. Thank you.
Any other questions, councilors? There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.